Very professional. Okay, well, it's a very good morning to all the councillors and staff. I'd like to welcome you to today's ordinary meeting of the 20th of June. Also acknowledge those that may be watching on live stream, as we have an agenda here, which once I get through, we will be starting with the acknowledgement of country. And I would like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Darumbal people, the traditional custodians and elders past, present and emerging of the land on which this meeting is taking place today. Attendees today is listed there, but we do have apologies from our Mayor, Andy Ireland, who is unwell, along with Councillor Watson. So our thoughts are with them.
Mr. Chairman, we might just receive those apologies formally by...
Right, we could do that too, couldn't we? So if we could just have a mover in Councillor Mather and a seconder in Councillor Friend. All those in favour? Thank you. And then this morning we have with us from the Anglican Church, Mr. Rob Stanley, who's going to deliver the opening prayer. So over to you, Rob. You can come here if you'd like, Rob, and jump on the microphone. It does go to the live stream, but thank you.
Well, let's pray. Mighty God, as always, we humble ourselves before you. Thank you for sending your Son Jesus into the world to die for us and to make peace between us and you. Thank you for your care of our Livingstone Shire. Thank you for its beauty, for its wonder, for its wonderful people and community. This morning we pray for your continued blessing upon our Shire. Particularly today, we pray for you to be with the leaders of our Shire here in this council meeting. May you help our leaders to reach beyond themselves and seek the good of our community and its residents. May their decisions benefit the poor, the widow, the orphan. Dear Lord, make this meeting a place of honour, truthfulness and respect. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Rob. Have a good day. Well, Councillor Mather's left the building. Moving on to confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. If someone would like to move that, if there's any questions, Councillor Mather, you're moving that?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. We're going to be looking at the minutes of the ordinary meeting, the 15th of June. However, should that be, we're the 20th of June now, we're looking at the budget, is that correct? It was the budget meeting. I believe that's the minutes to be yet to be confirmed, yes. Yes, and in the budget meeting, did we actually confirm the previous minutes of the meeting in May? Well, at this point on the agenda, we're looking to confirm the minutes from the budget meeting. Happy to have any other input from the CEO if there's others that need to be done.
Mr. Chairman, the intent would be to adopt both sets of minutes. The May meeting minutes weren't confirmed at the budget meeting. I'm not sure that we'll have to double check that both sets of minutes have been distributed. If councillors are comfortable to affirm both sets of minutes. So providing we've given notice and councillors are comfortable to do so, we'd ask that both sets be confirmed.
Well,
I don't think...
Given that I personally haven't read the previous minutes from the other meetings, so I wouldn't be comfortable to confirm them as yet. So councillors, with your probably support, will only deal with the minutes from the budget meeting.
The 20th.
And we can confirm the other ones at the next meeting, Mr. CEO, if you don't see a problem with that.
Yeah.
No, if councillors aren't in a position to confirm those minutes today, then we can defer that to the next meeting.
That's correct. I agree with the Mayor on that one, and thank Councillor Friend for bringing that to our attention, because we don't usually adopt previous minutes at a budget meeting.
Okay, councillors, would someone like to move that we adopt the minutes from the special meeting? Councillor Mather, Seconded Councillor Eastwood. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda?
Yes, Mr Chair, I've got a prescribed conflict of interest in matter 1111 in relation to, it might be 1110, yeah, in relation to Surf Lake shares. And I'll be leaving the room.
And likewise, councillors, I also have declared the same conflict there. I might just hand over to the CEO just to explain, given that we may be short on a quorum if in the outcome of that.
Thanks, Mr Chairman. Yes, we would be short of the number prescribed for quorum in the absence of yourself and Councillor Eastwood. I've just canvassed the author of that report this morning. There's no reason, there's no time critical reason why it needs to be adopted today, so when the time comes we may just lay that matter on the table or move on to the next item of business at the time to avoid that situation today, and hopefully we'll have a full complement restored at the next meeting.
Okay, so we'll look for a procedural motion when that comes across the table. Question, Councillor Maitler? Or all good? Okay. Yep. And we'll deal with that when the report comes up. Great. Great. Moving on to number 6. I don't think, is there any deputations? None that we're aware of? No. Yeah, there was petitions, but they're later on in the... Yep, very good. Okay, so number 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Would like to...
Thank you, Mr Chairman. As is customary, presenting the resolutions outstanding for councillors' information with updates provided alongside. There are 21 items on today's list, including a couple that will be concluded today, those that are shaded. Most are, at least half are in the last meeting or so, but we do have a couple of long-standing items that I think councillors are particularly familiar with in relation to local law reviews and the like, but we're happy to respond to any questions that councillors might have beyond the commentary that's provided.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillors, over to you. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you, I have a couple of questions. In point number 2, in response to a notice of motion, tree protection and planting, just in the commentary, it states that the biodiversity strategy is still in draft plan. This strategy was actually adopted, our living environment, in May 2022, so I wonder if that can be amended. It states that still in draft form and to be adopted. We have already adopted the biodiversity strategy. Point number 4, WOPA GKI wastewater treatment plant. Just wondering where this is currently up to, Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Friend. I think councillors are aware from correspondence offline that discussions continue with the Queensland Government, so it's the Department of State Development that's been leading the master planning process and also leading the assessment, I guess, of the suitability of the Hideaway Resorts wastewater treatment plant. They've had consultants engaged who have completed some preliminary works. When I say preliminary, they've completed works around that particular facility itself. They intend engaging those people again to broaden their scope. Now that the leases have been terminated with Tower Holdings, there are other wastewater treatment options that become a possibility at least, so they're investigating those alongside to see whether that alters the recommendations that were made initially.
Thank you. And my last question in this area here, number 17, this particular item is going to be lifted from the table very shortly. It's in relation to Keppel Sands, and I see that there was a meeting, on-site meeting on the 12th of June. Councillors were not invited to this, I believe. Am I correct in saying it was only officers?
Again, Mr Chairman, thank Councillor Friend for the question. There was a meeting held in, if I'm thinking about the right transaction, there was a meeting held in my office with Councillor Mather, Greg Abbots and myself, and with the landowner. The agreement at that meeting was that Mr Abbots would meet the landowner on site, and that's happened since. And I think the matter's on the agenda today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillors, any other questions?
Yes, Mr Chairman. The number one, local law reviews. Do we have a time, Mr CEO, when that might be expected in? These local law reviews and outcomes, they're taking forever. I mean, I know they do take time, but we just need to make sure they're on track.
Yes, Mr Chairman, thank Councillor Mather for her question. Yes, lawmaking is a protracted process. I think necessarily, Councillor Mather, I believe we do want to get these things right. I think I've reported at the last two meetings that we were hopeful that things might be back in our hands mid-year. It is mid-year, but no, I don't have an update. We'll endeavour to get something more specific to you offline. Balance of the day.
Through the chair, may I just add to that, if that's okay with you, Mr Chairman? Councillor Mather, the local laws are quite a vast amount of local laws, as we know. So where they've gone to the state, they have to go to a state for approval, and apparently some of those laws have been sent back to the solicitor as well. So it is going through the process.
It's a three-part.
Yes.
A three-part, yeah.
Thank
okay.
you.
I realise they take time. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Number 11, Mr CEO. This is probably a rather insignificant one, but it was important to the member at the time. Councillor Hutton, former Councillor Hutton, asked that a traffic review be done on Collins Road with the view to upgrading to a seal standard in the future. And I asked Councillor Hutton at the time, had he seen it, because I'm familiar with it, and it would probably be on the bottom of the list as far as sealing goes and upgrading. So I'm just wondering where we're at there, because I don't want to put the staff to any extra work if we're not going to proceed with an upgrading on that particular road. It's a little dead-end road. Nice little area.
Mr Chairman, thank Councillor Mather for her question. Councillor Mather, staff are obliged, once the council resolves to do something, officers are obliged to do those things, whether they regardless of what their professional opinion might be on those things. That the commentary says the Traffic Council be concluded by the end of the month with reports due. So we are still bound to do that work unless councillors who resolved to proceed that way decide to do something different.
Well, as long as... yes, I understand that. I did ask Councillor Hutton at the time, had he been out to see what he was talking about, and he said no. So, I mean, like I said, I know the road and I know it needs to be done there, but I don't have a problem going through the ropes to go to the end of the line with the traffic count, but I'm just thinking it's probably not a high priority, but that gully where the water doesn't get away is. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Mr Chairman, if I could, it becomes a priority over others, Councillor Mather, because of the council resolved to make it a priority.
I understand
over
that.
Others.
Democratic rule. Wardilla Creek, that's one that the Mayor has, I think, I won't raise that one because the Mayor would like to be here for that, I'm sure. Number 17, the cattle on the unmade road, that's to be dealt with later. Callahurst Road will be dealt with later. That's it for me. Thanks, Mr CEO, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor, if there's no further questions, I have a question just in relation to the item number 12 there, the Capricorn Coast Outrigger Community Consultation Day. That's progressing. There's no date yet there provided, but my understanding is that an engagement plan's been put together to go out to the community, which is great. My question, though, is that given we have another outstanding motion, I guess, or resolution to do with trying to find the outriggers at an operational home, which doesn't appear on our business outstanding there,
It's still unresolved. I'm just wondering whether it could either be reinserted in there for future tracking until that matter is dealt with in whichever way it is.
Yes, Mr Chairman, if it's not included in error, then we'll have that restored.
Yep. And just following on from that, for the members' sake, there has been some challenges for the outriggers. Land was identified at the Scouts Centre there in Lemmermore Beach. And unfortunately, the entire parcel of land that the Scouts sit on was thought to be under the tenure of the Scouts, and there was good collaboration between the Scouts and the outriggers, and a shed was going to be able to be located on the vacant land. Through nobody's fault, but it's now appeared that that land is actually in two titles, and so it does not permit the Scouts to virtually offer that permission to occupy that land. So I guess that's where I think it's important that it becomes back on the business outstanding, because we are going to need to do some additional work to see and explore what can be achieved there with that parcel of land. So look forward to that into the future, Mr CEO.
Yes, Mr Chairman, I can't recall what the exact resolution was. If it's, as I say, if it's been left off in error, then we'll restore that. If the resolution was such that it has been concluded, then we'll let councillors know the reason for it not being included.
Mr.
Very
Mayor,
good. Yes, Councillor
through you
Mather.
to the CEO, could we have anything back from that this afternoon as possible? Because they've been waiting for some time and it's been hiccuped by the sound of it. We need to progress it, not on a month-by-month basis, but the fact that it's behind time now. Is it possible?
Mr Chairman, did you want to update councillors on where things are at? There's two issues, I think, Mr Chairman. There's the procedural matter of whether the thing is or isn't on the business outstanding. That's probably the secondary of the two. The other
It's number 12.
That the substantive, sorry, this
It's
is in
on
relation...
number 12. It's on business outstanding.
This is in relation to the clubhouse for the outriggers?
It's the
which isn't
outriggers
number
generally.
12, yeah. So there's two separate resolutions, and that's why I say I just wanted to clarify things. There is the housekeeping issue of whether a separate resolution regarding the outriggers and a home for the outriggers should or shouldn't be on the business outstanding. We'll find that out, and if it should be, we'll restore that. Councillor Bello may well be able to satisfy your curiosity, may be able to update you. Things have been ongoing, irrespective of the thing being on the business outstanding or not. Councillor Bello has been involved and may be able to update you if you wish.
As long as it doesn't fall into limbo, that's all, Mr. CEO.
No, we'll make sure it doesn't fall into limbo. And I guess for councillors' benefit, that's where it's important that they remain on the business outstanding table to be able to track them. And we look forward to to what comes next in that space. So, okay, councillors, would someone like to move? Councillor Eastwood, was that a yes? Councillor Eastwood moved. Councillor Friend seconding. All those in favour to receive the business outstanding table? Thank you. Okay, moving on here. Item 7.2, lifting matters laying on the table. There's 3 items there. Councillors, are we comfortable to lift those 3 off the table?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a problem, but those 3 matters are ongoing business, and 2 of those I will be referring to the next meeting. And I will come to that when we get there. But I think at the moment, to be able to discuss that, we have to lift it off the table.
Okay, do we have a mover to lift that? Councillor Swadling, and a seconder, Councillor Mather. All those in favour? That's unanimously supported. Comes to item number 8, presentation of petitions. I believe we have 2 petitions here today on the agenda, and I believe we have members in the gallery that are signatories to those petitions. No? Not these guys here? No, well, welcome anyway. Whatever business you're here for, it's good to have you here with us. Mr. CEO, have you got any commentary on the petitions here?
Just the procedural matters, Mr Chairman, rather than the substance of the the petitions themselves. So petition received from Karen Shute on behalf of a number of petitioners. The first, which is item 8.1, the petition question is contained on page 21, relates to telecommunications towers, and on page, the report anyway, 8.1 nominates the procedures for accepting petitions, and the council has two options. One is to receive the matter and note the contents, or the other is to receive and have things referred to a briefing. Councillors would be aware that telecommunications matters are generally governed by the Federal Telecommunications Act, and secondary to that by the Planning Act in a number of cases. Our ability to influence the things requested by the petitioners are necessarily limited, and certainly in the first case, probably more so a case for the federal agency governing the Telecommunications Act.
Mr Chair, I have a question, if I may.
Certainly, Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Through you. So once these two petitions are received today, will councillors receive a report in relation to any outcomes?
Mr Chairman, as I said, there are two options. One is for the matters to be referred to a briefing. The recommendation is simply they be received and noted. Given that the council has very little role, we would just communicate with the petitioner and suggest that they direct their inquiries to the federal agency.
Question through you, Mr Mayor. On page 16, it's an intro to the first petition. And are you able to explain what it means? It's sort of language that I'm not familiar with. In simple terms, are you familiar with that?
Sorry, Councillor Mather, could I get you to repeat the question?
That was a question for you.
Yes, could I get you to repeat the
Now,
question?
what you understand that means, the paragraph on page 16, in relation to the telecommunications.
It might be on my page 21. This is the question that was posed to the petitioners?
Yes.
Enforcing the telecommunications providers provide reports, output data, those sorts of things?
Well, when I printed mine off, it was before the revised budget came out, so perhaps it's on a different
Sure.
page.
No, I won't profess to be expert in these things, but clearly the petitioner is seeking additional information and data to be published in relation to telecommunications towers, and for the council to monitor those things and have qualified people monitoring the outputs of telecommunications towers.
Yes, it's not our, yes, okay.
As I said, I wouldn't be proposing.
No, just to understand what it meant.
Yes, okay.
It's like for us to be acting like big brother and monitor and all the rest of it. So where do we go with that one? Because it's obviously something that's of importance.
Well, I guess importantly, if I may, Mr CEO, there, I guess we're in a position to receive the petition, and we can also then under number A there, the petition be received and referred to a council briefing, or the petition be received and its contents noted. So they're the one of two options that we have. So if somebody would like to move either of those, we can at least start. Yeah, Councillor Eastwood, if you have a question or no, happy to move. And which of those two though were you proposing? But the first petition, and is it along the lines that the petition be received and referred to a council briefing? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a proposal there. Moved Councillor Eastwood that the petition be received and referred to a council briefing.
Seconded, Mr Chairman.
Seconded,
Yes.
Councillor Mather.
Mr.
Do we have any?
Just before you put it to the vote, if I could just understand from councillors what you are hoping to hear at the briefing, because we'll have to get some experts who actually know this subject. We don't have anyone on staff who's expert in this topic, and we don't govern the Telecommunications Act. We don't administer that legislation. So if it is that you want to hear from an expert, then we'll get the federal experts to brief you on those things, or likewise we could get the petitioner to refer the inquiries to the federal agency.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Anyone want to respond, Councillor Eastwood?
Yeah, I think that the second suggestion probably makes a lot more sense. to actually get the petitioners to refer it on to the federal agency. Or ask them if they, give them the whereabouts and the how forths to do that.
The only question I had there, Mr. CEO, perhaps back to the mover there, was given that they'd sort of petitioned for two outcomes, one of those outcomes being alternatively for Livingstone Shire Council to provide monitoring meters or engage an independent qualified person. I certainly don't know much about that stuff, but is that something that, do we know if other councils do that at all, or?
It'll be an expense to council, which we're probably not really willing to carry.
Okay. So Councillor Eastwood, you're moving that we receive the petition
Yes.
and note its contents, I believe.
Yep.
Okay, do we have a seconder there for that?
Yep.
I had seconded the first motion,
You did?
which was the A, but I don't wish to second the second one.
Okay, Councillor Swadling seconding that. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to your motion?
Not necessary, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Those who want to speak against?
Mr Mayor, I thought it was an opportunity to further this, not that we are going to be the experts on it, but because we don't know anything about it, it's because we need to know something about it that concerns these people. These are our people that we need to obviously satisfy them, and if we are the conduit to get the right people to come and give us the information, then that's where I was heading, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for the motion?
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion.
Councillor Swadling?
Yep, just, pardon me, the petition to receive its contents is I think appropriate, given that it is a federal matter, and there's outcomes and there's options for those people who are inquiring to make those necessary inquiries to the agency to provide that information that they receive. I think council is in a position to obviously have anyone available who have that expertise in that in their monitoring systems, and particularly being a federal government issue, I believe it should be set that way. But certainly duly noted by council so that we are aware of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The speakers against? No? Well, I'll speak in favour of the other option, and therefore I won't support this motion, but on the grounds that I think there is information that I'd like to learn that may well come from engaging with those who have the expertise of their authority, and therefore I'd be prepared to explore those, those understandings. Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of the motion as proposed by Councillor Eastwood? Oh, sorry, actually, Councillor Eastwood, I didn't allow you to wrap up.
No, look, I'm sorry, but I got a little bit confused in that because originally I passed the motion for it to go to the briefing session, and I think I missed a couple of words when you gave me the motion the second time, and I won't support this motion, and for pretty much the same reasons that Councillor Mather spoke about. Sorry for the the misunderstanding there.
Mr Chair, do we need to undertake a procedural motion for an amendment to the resolution? Or do we foreshadow a resolution if this one falls over?
Mr Mayor, may I
If I could just, councillors, we can vote on this motion. You vote whichever way you like. If the motion's lost, then the other alternative is that the petition be received and referred to a council briefing session. That would be the foreshadowed motion. So certainly, everybody clear? Yep. And apologies, Councillor Eastwood, for any confusion that I've caused there. We all clear now? Those in favour of the motion before us?
And we'd have to be clear which motion we're dealing with. This is the one that'd be noted.
It's on the screen there, Councillor Mather. Essentially saying that the petition be received and noted only. Those in favour of that motion? Councillor Swadling. Those against? Thank you, councillors. The motion is lost, and therefore we will propose the alternate motion to both receive it and
take it to a briefing session
I'll
for
be happy to
further
move that.
consideration, which
Mr.
Councillor
Chairman.
Mather is prepared to move. Councillor Eastwood's going to second. And we have it up there. So Justine will get that organised. Would anybody like to speak to that motion?
I think we've said it all.
We've
Mr.
said
Mayor,
enough.
Except
Anyone
to
want-
say that it's all right for a mover of a motion to vote against his own motion. I have seen it and it's accepted.
Yep. Okay, any councillor wanting to speak to the motion or speak against? No, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is eventually carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on to a second report which contains another petition. Hopefully this one will be a little bit more skilled on it. And certainly do want to just commend the persons that have driven this petition. It's a very important part of our democratic process and acknowledge their efforts in doing so. 8.2, another petition, mobile phone base stations planning requirements and community consultation. We have the report there. Council has received the following petition from Karen Stewart requesting mobile phone base stations planning requirements and community consultation. We do have a recommendation there that the petition be received and its contents noted. Is there any questions relating to this one, councillors? Or perhaps would the CEO want to make any comment?
Mr Chairman, the matter is related obviously to the preceding one, and whilst it purports to be about planning matters, the petition actually seeks council to do some things that are probably beyond its capability, including not adversely affecting property values, amenity and or protecting the health and safety of residents. Again, without being the governor of that particular legislation, it's difficult to do so through the planning processes, and the second part of the petitioner's request about the council offering open community consultation regarding new mobile phone base stations. If such an application triggers an impact assessable material change of use application, then public consultation is necessary. If it doesn't, then that's not required by the statute. We are somewhat limited, but again, understand the intent of the petitioner in directing that here, but it is really a matter for the federal agencies who govern those laws. We will observe the planning laws naturally, and whatever applications are made to us. Some of that will involve community consultation, on other occasions not.
Thank you. Councillors, we have one of two choices once again. Any questions before we seek a mover?
Thank you,
Councillor
through the
Friend.
Chair. Thanks, Mr Chairman. My question is, we've just approved a resolution previously to undertake a briefing or a report to come back to the table in relation to the first petition. I'm just wondering whether it's necessary to include this second petition, given what the CEO has said in that report. So if we just receive this petition, we're already receiving a report come back to the table. So do we leave it as it is?
That would be up to the floor. If someone would like to propose one of two options, we have a recommendation there to just receive the petition, or alternatively, we have the other offer.
I'll move that, Mr.
Alternatively, you could come back for a briefing session with the other one.
That it can. So let's test the will of the table. Do we have a mover for the recommendation there?
I'll move
Councillor Friend is moving that. Now, just to be clear, Councillor Friend, would you like to state your motion, please?
Just as it reads, because we've already going to be receiving a report from the first petition, and as the CEO has just said, this is beyond our scope, particularly with the second petition. And so if we're going to be receiving a report, I can't see why we need to actually then have a secondary report on this type of petition.
Is there a seconder for that motion there? Councillor Friend has moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Swadling has seconded. The motion is live.
There's some confusion over here.
So we have Councillor Friend has moved the recommendation that in accordance with S5.2.4 of the Livingstone Shire Council petition guidelines, the petition be received and its contents noted. And we have a seconder in Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak at all to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, not necessarily, only that I believe that it believed in the first motion that we should receive some information at a briefing. However, with this second petition, I don't believe it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against the motion?
I'll amend it, Mr. Mayor. I'll make an amendment
Uh,
to add.
you can propose an amendment.
I'm proposing an amendment that it to add to the motion on the board that it also be referred to a briefing session, because and I'll tell you why if I could speak to it.
Well, actually, no, Councillor Mather, I'm going to say no. That's not an amendment that I'm going to accept. That is deviating from the intent of the motion. One is to receive it purely and it be noted. The other one is for it to come back to the briefing session. So we have one of two options. We can't amend the two together. Otherwise, there wouldn't be two options. So, anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Eastwood.
Look, I only speak against this motion just on the basis that the other one's going to be coming back to a briefing session. And this would be a good opportunity to, I guess, for us to bash about the bush, talk about it, and also to get any experts, even our own planning department, to come in and chat with us at that briefing session. And I just think that it just makes sense to me, and I hope it makes sense to the other councillors.
Any speaker for the motion? Any further speakers against?
Mr. Mayor, I believe in being consistent, and people wouldn't go to the trouble of putting up petitions and getting signatures. They didn't feel that there was a need for more information to be had or assurances to be gained in relation to safety, valuations and a whole lot of other things. I can recall a number of these coming to the table, and they have caused a furore because people are concerned, and I think we don't need to shut them down because we don't want to know. They want to know, and they need us to be aware of what these impacts are so that we can make informed decisions. And we're not going to win or lose anything by having a briefing session. We're just going to gain knowledge that we can make decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Maiden. I take it that's you speaking against the motion. Very good. Okay, we're now going to put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. And similar to perhaps the previous one, Mr. CEO will refer to the alternative. We will, which we'll have up here very shortly. So they're already. Justine was prepared. Do we have a mover for this one here? Councillor Eastwood. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mather. Would you like to speak to the motion?
No, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak against? No, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? It was unanimous. There we go. We got there in the end. Thank you very much. That concludes our petitions, which we don't often get too many of, so always encouraging to see people using that platform. Item number 10 moves on to questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. Now we've lifted these off the table. The recommendation, where are we up to here? Mr. CEO, we've already lifted these from the table, I believe.
indeed, Mr Chairman, so they are available for consideration by the council today. This was a matter
Yep.
previously notified by Councillor Friend, and since then the matter was deferred at the time for further workshopping with councillors, as has been concluded. That's reflected in the officer commentary that's provided, but it would be appropriate for Councillor Friend to propose her motion or an alternative.
Okay, so as it stands, we have the council recommendation, which is, or council law recommendation. Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr
Over
Chair.
to you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This was a previous notice of motion that was laid on the table for a council workshop in which we had undertaken as a group, which gave us a lot of options and different information. But before I propose which recommendation I would prefer, whether it be my original recommendation or the officer alternative recommendation, I have a number of questions to ask. And those questions will then signify to me, or the answers to those questions will signify to me which we should go with, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So do we have an officer from...
Happy for Michael and Nige to join as necessary, Mr Chairman.
Yes, I have.
Questions are?
So, Mr Chairman, through you and with leave of the table and my fellow councillors, I have a number of questions and I ask for your patience in this. My first question has a bit of a commentary that will get to the questions. So I'll start my questions. Thank you, Mr Creedman and Mr Deakin.
Just, excuse me, Mr Mayor, do you think it would be worthwhile to suspend standing orders while we tease this out?
If there's a
It's
procedural motion put forward, that would be at the discretion of any councillor. So
yes,
you're moving a procedural motion to
yes,
suspend standing orders to allow some free-flowing discussion.
Information to come flow either way.
Okay, those in favour of the procedural, it's carried. Back to you, Councillor Friend.
Thank you so much, and thank you, gentlemen, for all of your work in this area. I know it's not easy at times. So this was in relation to the sewer manholes or sewer access chambers that are across our shire. So this is my commentary leading into a question. The report that we have before us states that there are approximately 6,900 access chambers across the network. Without conducting a survey, it is noted that those that are buried would exceed 10%, and some staff believe it could be as high as 50%. Since mid-2021, in the last 2 years, 40 access chambers that were inaccessible have been remedied. This is approximately 20 per year. On page 41 of the report, it states that if council chose to allocate $100,000 per annum towards remedial works, this is likely to be accommodated within existing staff resources, and that the General Manager has the delegation to waiver up to $5,000 of those charges. Potentially, this would mean that up to 20 access chambers per annum could have the fee of $5,000 waived. And as we have noted so far, it has been 20 per year since 2021. So is it possible to absorb the costs up to $5,000 per access chamber per annum? Am I correct in saying this?
I think, what we've pointed out is that 40 chambers have been addressed. Of those, the number given was that, 16 required works to actually raise the access chamber cover. So that means 24 were addressed by the owner, who returned the surrounding ground levels to their pre-existing level, therefore negating the need to raise the cover level. Of those 16 that have been required private works, 11 or 70% have been paid for by those house owners. So we're only talking about the 5, which would cost approximately $7,000.
Thank you.
So the point is that yes, in 11 out of 16 cases, the cost was paid by someone else, so it doesn't appear in our budget.
Thank you so much, Mr. Creedman. Moving on to my following questions. In the officer's alternative recommendation, point 1, a policy is to be founded. Is this correct?
I think the officer's alternative recommendation is if there is a desire for the council to have a policy, then it would be based on these following principles, which we currently have a procedure that sits under a head of power policy. So the procedure is already enacting these policy statements, but it's just to reinforce, I guess, if council does want a policy, then we have some wording here to guide us so that we can bring a policy back to council that reflects your desires.
Lovely. So your first point in the officer alternative recommendation is that council's policy on raising of sewer access chambers be founded and then therefore on the following principles. Number 2, a committee comprising of councillors Friend and Watson, a general manager, which is yourself, and the wastewater manager, Mr. Deacon sitting here at the table, or his future manager. Do you think the wording should actually state a committee comprising of the councillors with the portfolios for wastewater and environment, and portfolio holder of vibrant communities, rather than councillors Friend and Watson? We are heading into an election year next year. We may or may not be sitting at the table. I hope we are, of course. However, I think that instead of specifically naming the councillors in a resolution, it should state the portfolio holders of. Are we able to amend that in the officer's recommendation? That's my question.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Friend. I don't see a reason why we couldn't change that. I know over the last few years we have had some discussion around whether we maintain portfolios or not. We don't know what the future holds. Happy to change it for what it is now, which is a position title instead of a person's name.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, if this officer's recommendation is approved, when will this committee commence?
Thank you for the question. I would assume that the policy would have to be written and adopted, and within that policy there would be the link to the committee. So it'd be likely after the policy is approved, if it is approved.
Thank you. Ms. Creeman, almost finished, and thanks. Just a couple more. So therefore, will this committee review the current outstanding invoices in dispute, and will they remain being on hold whilst this committee is formulated?
That would be up to the council to determine in the resolution. So at the moment, the notice of motion included that we rescind all invoices issued, but that was laid on the table, so it's not an enacted decision of council.
Sure.
So if this was to proceed whichever way council votes, then we'll enact your wishes.
Thank you very much. Last question. What is the time period to undertake expressions of interest for the local plumbers interested in becoming approved by council for carrying out this work?
I don't think we'll be calling for expressions of interest. I think the way and the intent of the document is that we would allow the property owners to go and source their own quotes instead of accepting a private works quote from council. The only, the condition around a property owner sourcing their own quotes would be they would have to go to a plumber who is accredited and approved to work on the infrastructure by council. So we would be happy to allow the property owners to go and source their own plumbers. If the plumbers choose to do the work, then we would put them through an accreditation process. If they don't want to do the work and don't want to become accredited, then they'll soon tell the property owner that they don't want to do it.
Okay, thank you. They were my questions, Mr. Chair. From here, your original question to me was how would I like to proceed, being that this was my notice of motion in the beginning, in the first place, that was laid on the table. I would certainly like to look at the officer alternative recommendation, however, with amendments. amendments of the fact that what we've previously just discussed in the questioning, that instead of the names of Councillor Friend and Councillor Watson, that we actually note their portfolios instead. So that would be the first amendment, and also an addition. I would actually note that the invoices in dispute remain on hold until the committee is formulated to then review these invoices.
Okay, so if I'm understanding it correctly, you're suggesting that you take on board the officers' recommendations,
Yes.
but also including some of your own. So it's a
well,
hybrid between the two.
So basically, the officers' recommendations with just the amendment of the councillor titles or portfolios rather than their names.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, a third point being that the current invoices in dispute remain on hold until such time as the committee is formed to resolve the invoices in dispute.
Just got a little question, Mr Mayor, to Michael. In relation to the actual uncovering of the sewers, obviously there's no plumber required to do that, so people can dig around their own yard to find where the actual sewer is. That's not a problem?
That's correct, it's not a problem.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors?
I'm just asking the officers if they had any issues with the amendments that Councillor Friend has put up, because they seem reasonable. Because, I mean, I'm not speaking to the motion, but we do need a policy on this, because that's why we're in this situation, because we don't have one.
Well, the questions, so I'd certainly like to hear the answer in terms of the officers'
There's nothing really,
response to, if that is acceptable to ask, I guess, Mr CEO.
there's nothing ultra
Well,
vires
it's
in
certainly for the officers to comment on a councillor's
amendments to the
amendments.
alternatives.
Yes, indeed, let me ask for their opinion, yes.
Through the chair, I'd be happy to make a comment.
Yes, certainly.
So obviously the first two recommendations are from our own officer's recommendation. The third one, invoices currently in dispute remain on hold. I don't see an issue with that. There's 5 that are in dispute, but as the manager of Water and Waste described, there were previously 11 that were paid. So it's silent in that respect, whether we need to repay those. If the ones that are in dispute are further resolved to be rescinded, then what happens with the ones who are paid, the other 11?
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question. Understanding what you're saying, thanks Mr Creederman, the fact is that the committee comprising of the 2 portfolio councillors, General Manager and Manager for Water and Waste, be formed to determine all disputed invoices for works undertaken. So taking away the fact that 11 have paid without dispute, this committee is about those in dispute and should remain so as per your officer's recommendation. So I suppose I've lost my question.
Yeah, I guess the
question. I guess the question is, if they then got wind of it and disputed it, is there some sort of way that they can come back to council?
I suppose that's the whole point of this committee being formed, which was a wonderful suggestion by a couple of the councillors here at the workshop, and it was a great suggestion actually. So that's the whole point of having the committee for these in dispute. We're looking at potentially half of 6,900 potentially, I didn't say probably, but potentially half of 6,900 sewer manholes. And this is because in the past, this infrastructure was neglected by this council and the previous amalgamated council, and now we're trying to play catch-ups, but we want to be fair to all of our residents as well. And in certain circumstances, the lay of the land, the topography, the geographical area of where these lie, some certainly could be in dispute. It could be previous developers, landscapers that have covered these up. We need to look at all aspects, and so we're talking about those in dispute. If those that have paid get wind of it, as you said, and to quote you, and want to come back to council, that's the whole point of this committee, to discuss on what basis they are disputing it, you know, what yeah. So I'm happy with that officer recommendation, with that addendum and also the amendment.
Yes,
And I'll move that.
Yeah, thank you. Just the question I got probably to the CEO is more from a legal perspective. Do you feel it would be beneficial or necessary to have some sort of legal commentary about it? Only that effectively in item 3 there, you've got people who have actually obeyed the law and done what they're required to do, and now we're providing for a disputes mechanism which any number of them could have disputed, but ultimately they followed the law. I have some reservations about at this point, and I'm not trying to influence debate, but I'm just probably seeking more advice at this point based on the decision here.
Sorry, that's the big concern, is that, you know, we know that there's, you know, at least 690 of these out there, but it could be as many as 3,450. And what we've managed to do is we've addressed 24 just by getting people to return the levels to pre-existing, and we've addressed another 16 by works to raise the chamber lid. But it's apparent that this practice of covering access chambers continues, and it's a growing liability for council. We know it's going to cost at least $1 million to fix, but it could be nearly $5 million. And there's a worry that we might actually encourage this behaviour if people come to understand that council will actually pick up the tab, or in fact other water and sewage customers will pick up the tab.
Okay, Councillor.
The objections from the officers are based on what about the people who've paid as opposed to the people who haven't paid and are still to fix their problem. And as Mr. Creedeman says, what was that? What was... Well, it was one that I think generally accepted, wasn't it, Michael? It wasn't, you didn't have an objection to, that was just needed to be clarified or highlighted, more the point?
Councillor, I think I said that I was happy with point 1 and 2 because that was the officer's recommendation. Point 3 creates a little bit of ambiguity in my mind. But to the point that we've been talking to for a while on this topic is that there is a liability out there. We don't know the exact quantum at the moment. We don't have a budget for it, and we expect that the property owner will remedy the issue. Any changes to the current procedure policy could create a legacy liability for the council. And we're concerned about that as officers.
I have a question through the chair. Oh, are you finished, councillor? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not going to... We do need to wrap up, so certainly allow this question here, but
mindful that we may need to try and move back into
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, did your report state that if council chose to allocate $100,000 per annum towards remedial works, this is likely to be accommodated within existing staff resources, and that the general manager has the delegation to waiver up to $5,000? Is that correct?
I'd say no.
It's in the report, Mr. Creedman.
If I could just answer the question, thanks, Chair. So I'd say no. If the commentary is if council chose to allocate $100,000 per annum towards remedial work, this is likely to be accommodated with the existing staff resources. So that means that if we had to do this, say 20 times a year, then our existing plumbers would be able to do it. However, if the quantum of work is greater than the $100,000 and up to say $400,000, which we believe could be the liability, then we would not be able to do it with existing plumbers, and it's likely that we would need to supplement our resource with additional plumber and a U. So that was the context of that comment. I do have delegation to waive charges up to $5,000. That is a fact. That is in the report.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. In stating that your officer recommendation that we're looking at right now also states that we would then put out to expressions of interest for plumbers to be approved, and also to create this committee to then look at those invoices in dispute. So I'm really thinking that what you're saying there is opposing what you've recommended.
The dot point 1C part 1, by appropriately licensed plumbers engaged by the owners with works to be inspected by council personnel upon completion, brackets, plumbers must be specifically approved by council to carry out such works under the Act. That doesn't say that council would call for expressions of interest. We would allow the property owner to seek quotes from plumbers, local plumbers, and the local plumbers, if they chose to do the work, they would need to be approved by our department prior to undertaking the work.
Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, we have proceeded to move back into standing orders. Those in favour? That was unanimous. Thank you, officers and councillors, for that. Okay, where are we up to then, Councillor Friend?
I'll move. Thank you.
And can you just clarify
I'm moving.
what it is you're moving in terms of?
It was up there.
Yeah.
There it is. And so that council policy on raising of sewer access chambers be founded on the following principles, and all the principles are noted. I don't know if I need to read that out. 2, a committee comprising of the portfolio holder for water, waste and environment, and the portfolio holder, councillor for vibrant communities, general manager, infrastructure and manager, water and waste be formed to determine all disputed invoices for works undertaking, noting that the general manager of infrastructure has delegation to waive charges up to $5,000, and B, correspondence enforcement notices to property owners, and 3, the 5 invoices currently in dispute remain on hold pending the formation of this committee.
And just for clarity's sake, the officers are supporting elements number 1 and 2. Is that my understanding? And not number 3. And would number 3 not be able to be captured under 2, given that it is a disputed invoice? Essentially, you're saying in number 2 that there will be the mechanism to address disputed invoices. Is that what number 2 is basically saying?
Yeah, that's correct. Number 2 is is suggesting that a committee be formed to consider the disputed or any disputed invoices into the future. Number 3 is trying to capture the currently disputed ones so that it picks up any existing disputes, because we could draw a line in the sand and say any previous disputes must be paid under a previous regime and any new disputes go into a committee review. But I think Councillor Friend is trying to capture those 5 into this current policy regime.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Creederman. That's correct. So that they're not lost, which was the inspiration for my original notice of motion.
No, through the chair, if I could speak.
Yes, Mr. Councillor Swanling.
Just a little bit to add on. If this process is built, there'll be terms of reference around exactly what they're. So I think that covers a lot of that information. I think where council is trying to go there to formulate this motion. So, yeah, providing there's a term of reference, it gives us a clear indication of what the process is going to follow. Thank you.
Just perhaps a question to the CEO. In terms of process, given that there's 5 outstanding invoices in dispute currently, and yet number 2 clearly suggests that all disputed invoices for works on undertaking, that there is a pathway to deal with them. Mr. CEO, do you feel that number 3 is not needed and would be captured under the number 2? Or how would you approach that if this was to come across, if number 3 wasn't there and those 5 disputed were to come across your table, how would it be approached?
Mr. Chairman, the 5 current outstanding invoices are going to need to be resolved one way or the other. In normal circumstances, they'd be determined by Michael under delegation or referred to the council for decision. If this motion gets up, there is a committee that's being assembled who would be tasked with that responsibility. Ultimately, that committee doesn't have authority of its own. It will be acting on the authority of Michael, who has a delegation up to $5,000 to waive things. So if Michael's not comfortable with the committee's outcome, he doesn't exercise his delegation anyway and refers the matter to the council. So it is either that Michael determines them, the committee determines them with Michael's consent, or they are referred to the council.
Mm. And would numbers 1 and 2 from the officers?
I think 1 and 2 are adequate, but number 3 certainly reinforces the point.
And
I think we can interpret from there. As I say, I think it's superfluous, but if it remains in, I don't think it's going to confuse things.
Okay. Councillor Friend, you're moving that motion. Councillor Eastwood seconding. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Friend?
I think a lot has been said when we suspended standing orders. It's been said in the past when this first was placed on the table, when I placed the notice of motion on the table. It's to bring to people's awareness not to cover their sewer mains. And a lot of those sewer mains that have been covered have been over time. Some people have done the wrong thing, most certainly. But other times it's just been a movement of soil over a long period of time that has covered them. And people have actually purchased the house and they've already been covered. They weren't aware. I think it brings clarity to the residents of Livingstone and an understanding and also an education that these sewer main accesses are integral to our infrastructure here on the coast and elsewhere that are in a declarable area. So it's very important that we move forward diligently and look at each case by case basis. So yeah, it's one of those things that could actually blow up, and remembering that these sewer main accesses are council's infrastructure. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against the motion? No, anyone want to speak for?
Yes, Mr. Acting Mayor, I'll speak for. Look, obviously with this sort of recommendation, there's the danger of opening up a Pandora's box. But on the other hand, you know, we need to look out for our community and those that are doing the right thing. What it does do, though, it shows me, and I think that my colleagues would agree, that our people really need to take due diligence when they actually purchase a property, and they need to maybe put pressure on their conveyancer to make sure that they do address these things. So yeah, that's just a good note for the community.
Yep, here.
Okay, if there's no further speakers, or Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, I can appreciate where the officers are coming from, Mr Mayor, because they have a responsibility to the laws that govern their certificates and also to the ratepayers and this council. And I can fully appreciate that, and I'm sure we all do. That's where we look at all the angles in relation to this matter, and I was one of the ones involved in the beginning, as Councillor Friend is aware, and one of those 5. I think the committee's a very good job. The policy is a must, because that's why we've got to this stage in the first place. As a previous speaker said, we've got to be more vigilant on what we do. It's certainly with conveyancing, but I think we need to go back further, because we need to go back to our monitoring of the developments when they are in situ, because if those manhole covers are still active and still obvious and conspicuous when the developments have been completed, and at the 12-month inspection, we come along, as we do normally, and have a look at those properties to see if everything is in accordance with the development approval. Now, if the development approval includes, and it should, those manhole covers to be exposed, then they can sign off on it. If they're not, they go back to the developer to make sure they are. And any person who comes in after that is responsible, as long as we've done our bit. And that's to make sure at development stage that these things are exposed.
Okay, I'm going to be a real nuisance here, but I've got a question to ask. And maybe it's to the mover of this motion, or perhaps to the officers, how they interpret it. Is this suggesting that if somebody has a sewer manhole that is covered over, that is located, who's going to pay for it? Is this suggesting that the council's paying for it, or that the landholder is?
I don't mind answering that. Thank you, Mr Chair. I believe that what this is saying is that it is the responsibility of the current property owner to remedy any buried sewer access chamber. So it is their responsibility. What this is saying is that council's not going to foot the bill for every single sewer manhole access chamber that's been covered over, but those that are in dispute because of perhaps it's as I said earlier, the topography of the land, where they're located within the area, etc. Then we have the ability then to actually have a look at the case-by-case basis of those that are in dispute. So yeah, so council's not going to be paying for all of them. However, we have the ability to move forward.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Councillors, will put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, officers. Okay. Okay, next item there, as this opens up. 10.2, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, is Greg Abbott's anywhere about? I have a procedural motion here that I think our officer can do the intro to this, and I'll follow it through. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds like, Greg, you're going to do an intro. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mather, through the Chair. I have met with the proponent of the notice of motion, and that discussion is still continuing with that person, with a view also to having a chat with their neighbour and see if we can resolve it amicably without further action.
It's a matter still in motion, Mr Chair. The officer has met with, as he said, he's met with the landowner in question, and because his computer's not working, which didn't help the situation, but we hadn't finalised those discussions. So I'd like to see it go through to the July meeting, if that's possible. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that it lie on the table until the July meeting, so that we can finalise and hopefully put to bed once and for all this matter that's been going on for something like 4 years. And this landowner is becoming quite distressed.
We have a procedural there to defer this to a later meeting.
July meeting.
July meeting?
Yes.
Mr CEO, no problem at your end?
There's no problem, Mr Chairman. I mean, in effect, the motion that is proposed is being enacted. The letters have been written previously. There's ongoing negotiations, as there have been for a number of years. This is a neighbourhood dispute that the council is brokering.
I reject that. I reject that.
You sat with me, Councillor Mather, while
I did.
chatted with the chat.
Mr Mayor, I don't wish to...
Councillor Mather, I asked the CEO a question. He's endeavoured to answer it. Are you asking for your procedural to remain in place to come back to the meeting, or do you think it's not needed?
Yes, it is needed to come back.
Okay.
This will go to court if we don't resolve it by July. I can assure you of that. I don't like misinterpreting what is really happening there.
Okay,
without saying
Mather.
too much, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
You seem like you've got good reason to feel that way, so
Very familiar
I won't
with the
tell you
situation.
otherwise. A procedural motion's for this to come back to the July meeting.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Those in
thank you.
favour? Those against?
Thank you, members.
It's carried. Thank you, councillors. 10.3, Councillor made another notice of motion to do with the Marlborough SES vehicle. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Mather.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. This is something that I wasn't expecting, but obviously it had to be done. And I thank Councillor Swaddling too for his input into this too, Mr Mayor, because he and I both obviously had some discussions with the volunteer that was in question. This motion, and for the sake of the people who are watching, it's about an SES, the SEF vehicles in the Marlborough SES locality. And the motion is that the relevant officers prepare a report for the July briefing session, which will identify the policy written standard procedures which set out adopted practices when SES vehicles at Marlborough are due to service or repair. Further, in the absence of any adopted policy, and I don't think there is one, at the local garage in the Marlborough Township, except when the major annual service coincides with the annual certificate of inspection, where they will be carried out at the usual locations, bookings to be pre-arranged and kept to schedule to avoid unnecessary delays. A light mechanical inspection to be authorised and conducted at 6 monthly intervals, which would identify early mechanical signs of wear or fatigue, maximising safety to travel the 125k trip for major servicing. Any necessary local repairs to be pre-approved by Council's Fleet Services team, and there needs to be a plan for a fully equipped backup vehicle to be available if the primary vehicle is mechanically unsound or committed to another job. And Mr Mayor, if I had a seconder, I would explain all of this, and I'd welcome Councillor Swaddling to...
Okay, you're moving this motion here.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Do we have a seconder at all? Councillor Swaddling, you're seconding?
Councillor Swaddling.
Okay, Councillor, over to you.
Mr Mayor, there is no policy on this, and this is what I'm trying to get. We are lacking in policy because we're having some hiccups with some of our procedures, and that's why we need to have policies in some cases. What we have here is an isolated township with volunteers, a small volunteer crew who service accidents and incidents far from their location, and they are required to bring their vehicles down to Yeppoon from Marlborough to be certified or mechanically serviced. Now, that's a long way for them to drive as volunteers. It's a cost to the ratepayers or to the SES, and it's fatigue factor because it's a long way, and that anybody who knows that road, it's notorious. There was an accident only 2 nights ago, quite a big one. So the SES volunteers are out there all the time, and Councillor Swadling identified the problems, and he would go on to tell you about those, what he has found, because they break down or they have tyre imperfections and they are stuck. So what I'm proposing here is that we have the annual service by our team, as usual, once a year. They still have to come down so our people can actually service them. And they have their certifications done at that time. All I'm asking in conjunction with that is for the local people, the Marlborough Motors, service the vehicle, only a light service, checking the tyres, checking the oil, just simple things like that, no mechanical changes, just a service look over to make sure. And that, I think, is fair given the workload that those vehicles have up there. Now, it's a year apart. Doesn't seem like much to us on the bitumen roads, but when you get these vehicles out into some of those corrugated road potholes, it doesn't take much to do a tyre. I know people have done 5 tyres in a month. So I'm just saying that let's give them an extra, only one light service a year locally, so that the local business can actually identify anything that might be fatigued and could be potentially threatening to them on a long trip. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Eastwood, you have a question?
Yes, look, I'm just wondering, like, when I look at this, one service a year coming here, that's fine. I don't know why we need to stipulate a light service. We can just put service. I mean, it's not unusual to have a 6 monthly service for any vehicle, so you could have a 6 monthly service, a yearly service up there and a yearly service down here, and that way they're getting their 6 monthlies.
I'd like to speak.
Just to clarify that, Mr Chairman.
So, Councillor East, was that a question, or are you speaking? Are you wanting to make it?
It was maybe that could be added to the because I think that the wording "light service" probably is either a service or it's not.
I'd like to speak on that.
Councillor Swadling, you'd like to speak in favour?
And I've got some answers there for councillor, so thanks through the chair. All emergency services vehicles, it's quite broadly known that I'm involved in emergency services, and I make that note at the table. All emergency services vehicles require a certificate of inspection once a year. That's it, once a year. And make sure the vehicle's running correct. And there's the need to see it all the time is not a requirement. It may be a process that the fleet team here need to do to see the vehicle. However, my issue with this is that I've had some discussions with the general manager about this, that it's a simple, I think it's a bit of a lack of communication around what we need to be doing up there. In particular, the vehicle, you have a business operating up there that does service QAS vehicles and QPS vehicles and looks after their maintenance. There's no reason why that those vehicles can't be serviced up there and maintained up there. And if council mechanics need to go up there, well, then they take a quick short drive up there themselves, remaining that volunteers are bringing them down who run businesses, volunteers who are coming down who've got families to look after. When we can simply send a vehicle up there to do a quick check over the vehicle to see anything that's required in relation to that vehicle. You did make mention about the vehicle when it leaves the area. I think that matter there is more of a QFES operational matter, where they need to supply an extra set of cutting equipment, because council don't supply the Halmatro cutting equipment that's used to extricate people from vehicles. So I believe that's a question that probably could be asked through the local disaster management group and the deputy and chair to ask that question with QFES for SES to be supplied that extra equipment. However, around the servicing element, I mean, the kilometres aren't great. They don't do a lot of big kilometres up there. It's hence why the secondary vehicle has only got, I think, 25,000 kilometres on it, and it's probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old from my understanding. The issue for me is that we've got a community that has a business in the area, and I think council should be supporting that business in relation to what it does, but also mindful of the volunteers that have to run a business up there as well, whether it's on the rural industry, cattle just can't be left. To muster a paddock, it takes a lot of time, and time that they're time poor of. And they are volunteers, they aren't being paid. So I think the only thing that moving forward I'd like to see, and if you want to address the motion differently, is that the vehicles be allowed to be serviced wholly at Marlborough, and for inspections for council's fleet requirements is that a member of council's mechanical team go up there and check the vehicle, so the vehicle doesn't have to leave the area and put the community at risk.
Just need to clarify, Councillor Swadling, you're suggesting that you want to seek amendments to this, or are you supporting the current format?
I'd like to see a few amendments in relation to that, the motion, and that be that the vehicle stay in situ and be serviced at Marlborough, and that council officers inspect the vehicle once a year to ensure that their fleet requirements are met.
Councillor
That's
Mather.
the second is contrary to the motion, but
That's
I'm
right.
happy. I'm
you
happy
happy,
if we
councillor?
want to make any changes, Mr. Mayor.
My fear is, through the chair, that having a vehicle of, particularly the larger vehicle, when it leaves the area, the amount of road recovery equipment in there is quite unique. And whilst the secondary set would be obviously something that's not a council issue, it would have to be a emergency services issue that could be addressed by them. But certainly my issue is that there's a few issues that with the fact that we're moving that vehicle out of that region, and we know what the road's like up there, and the amount of accidents we do have. And secondary to that is that we still need to support our real businesses and our real community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, for the sake of efficiency, could we just let this alone on the table till later in the meeting, till we get what you're asking to
I'm happy
blend
with
in? So,
Okay, so we've got a
If we could
procedure
do
to lay
that.
this on the table for the motion to be tidied up somewhat.
yes, to capture what is intended.
And I guess importantly though, I would certainly need clarification from the CEO that what is being asked is suitable under our policies and with procurement and all that sort of stuff. And so I guess that'll be also very much part of it, Mr. CEO, which...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if Councillor Mather's suggestion is supported, then we will spend some time offline with Councillor Swadling properly understanding the amendments he wishes to make to Councillor Mather's motion and provide advice accordingly.
Okay, we have a procedural then
Yes,
to later,
yes.
to later in the day.
Actually, I was the mover, so
You
I
were?
think somebody else would have to move the procedure if that's
That
possible.
would be right.
Yes,
Someone who
I'm
hasn't
happy
spoken
to-
to the motion, which
I'm
is
happy to
Councillor
move.
Friend. You're going to,
Thank
thank
you.
you. We have a procedural. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
Have to get our heads together.
Okay, councillors. 10.4 is a notice of motion that had actually been withdrawn, I believe, from Councillor Mather.
For the time being, yes, I was told that yesterday because I think there needs to be a clarification.
Okay.
I was told, thank you.
So 10.4 has been withdrawn, which we will move
Withdrawn,
on.
and will be referred to the July meeting, but we don't need to put that in.
Thank you.
It will be resubmitted.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. That takes us to reports, 11.1, but it is 10:30. Do we normally pause?
Mr Acting Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Eastwood.
I'm suggesting that maybe we don't, and maybe we do 11.1. I could be possibly wrong, but I think that these lovely people here in the audience have been waiting patiently for 11.1. Would that be right?
The democratic process.
Yes, Mr.
Well,
Chair.
procedural motion to break for morning tea. Councillors, procedural motion to break for morning tea. Those in Can we have what do we do, a procedural to reconvene the meeting? Is it? Councillor Swadling's moving a procedural. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors, and welcome back. Councillors, next on our agenda is item 11.1. This is a response to notice of motion from Councillor Friend in regards to Paramount Park recreational facilities. We do have an officer's recommendation there for us to consider. Prior to that, though, is there any questions, or perhaps would Dan like to provide some commentary, and perhaps then we'll go to questions if that's okay. Over to you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. I suppose this one's been floating around for a little while now and relates to the installation of a playground at Paramount Park, or recreational facilities at Paramount Park. I suppose we've been out and had a community meeting out there in March 2023. Following that, we went out for a Get Involved page and survey. Results come back 82% of respondents support a playground. However, there were two sites, and we discussed this at the on-site meeting out there. There's two sites that Council really only had access to that we're trustee for. One is the Bunya Road site, which is not ideal, or neither of them are ideal. The Bunya Road site is quite isolated, and there were some comments that came through the feedback, the written form, around that particular site, that it might attract vagrants and unwanted behaviour backing onto all the properties. And then the other location was Dick Olive Park, which it would be the preferred site out of the two from a councillor's perspective, a councillor officer's perspective. But again, it is a waterway. So when we do get significant rains, it turns into a waterway, which creates other issues. So we could work around that, but I suppose the recommendation that's been put forward today is that we don't proceed with the implementation of the playground in the next 3 years at either of the sites, and that we work with developers for future stages within Rocky View to locate a more suitable site. And I suppose, that comes with, we've got $350,000 investment that's proposed here. I suppose if we can find a more suitable site, I think we're going to get a much better outcome out of that, is where the recommendations come from. So, look, I'm happy to take any questions with regard to the report and the recommendation.
Thank you, Dan. Councillors?
Thank you, through the chair, to you, Dan. I appreciate all your work on this. But in the report, it literally clearly states that 82% of the respondents support the provision of a playground. And out of those 82%, 52.7%, so more than half, prefer Dick Olive Park. We are aware that Dick Olive Park would require drainage. However, is it correct that the creation of a recreational space in this area would be undertaken on the higher level of the park, as discussed at the outreach that day?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Friend. That is correct. We could put it up on the higher reaches, but again, it is a restrictive site, so we only really have about 150 square metres of space up there to fit a playground in, a picnic shelter, a barbecue, whatever, picnic tables, etc., whatever. But yes, that would be correct. Yes.
Yes, taking into consideration that it is a restrictive site, you're talking about 150 square metres. So within that 150 square metres, you've just noted that you could put a set of swings, a small shelter, barbecue, and that would fit within that area on the higher side of the ground.
Yeah, look, we'd have to do some further investigations on that, Councillor Friend, with regard to that. Obviously, when we put a playground in, we are constricted by the regulations, so we do have to have appropriate fall zones and bits and pieces. So it does create some restrictions around what we can and can't put in and where we can actually put them. Do we want to have shelters right up against the edge of a playground? I'm not sure. We haven't done a specific design for the playground yet. So I suppose why we were going with this was looking for a more suitable site.
Certainly. And Dan, there is currently a business case set out for this particular area or playground. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor Friend. That was done quite a while ago, that business case, and was put in the Forward Works program probably 18 months ago now.
but it did not contain any designs for the particular playground. It just proposed some probably less than ideal locations.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Now, I'm just wondering, I think this one needs a little bit more work, Mr Mayor. Should we suspend standing orders for a couple of minutes? Because I don't think we've done...
It's a procedural motion that you have
Yeah,
at your discretion to use.
procedural. I don't want it to go on forever, but I think that just...
Okay. You've moved
rather than
procedural that
get
we
it-
suspend standing orders.
Yes, for the moment. Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Council, those in favour of that? Those against? Okay, motion's carried. We'll suspend standing orders. Go your hardest. Thank you.
The meeting on site, going back some months, identified the people's wishes that they needed a park or a playground. And because the officers rightly identified that there is not a suitable location. Now, the only high ground would be probably up against a neighbour's fence, and neighbours don't like activity too close to their houses, and that's why they live out there. I don't think we've really done enough inspection there, because I've just found out today that where we met on that waterway, on top of the waterway, the people further down the road were meeting at the entrance of Dick Olive Park, who should have been part and parcel of that meeting that day, which meant, and they weren't too happy, I understand. But it's not a matter of having a playground there, it's a matter of having the walkway that's going to accommodate and join up the missing gaps that are already there on roadways. And I think we really need to go back and, as a council, meet on site, get a map and show where these walkways are, because that's where the people really want to go. And there is another development in progress next door, which I have asked, I haven't got the answer yet, but that's a possibility that might be able to provide enough land for a park, or like a playground equipment, and its close proximity to what we're dealing with now. But for the meantime, to facilitate the needs of the walkers there, and there are quite a lot, we need to be on site and walk the distance, and it's not a long way. What we've got pathways and where the gaps are and how they connect up, and that would make a big difference to the people in the area.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. The floor's open, guys. So.
Yeah, look, I guess when I look at that park, yeah, it's not ideal, but we've got a situation where, and I'm not going into debate. I'm just going to express that you've got 82% of people desire a park, 50 odd percent, over half think it should be in Dick Olive Park, and one of the problems that appears is that a park that can't get used if it's not mowed appropriately and more regularly than perhaps it is, so that kids can ride their bikes through there, make their own trails, do whatever. And I think, in addition to playgrounds, that's something that really needs to possibly be looked at to make sure that the park's actually tenable and that they're able to use. And so that probably has to go into the whole, we need to probably lift the level of service to areas such as that to make them usable. That's something that I feel quite strongly about.
From the officer's perspective there, taking into consideration the current level of service there, what would it, any costings on, to reduce or increase the lawn mowing so that you basically had a more desirable place for people to be able to utilise when it's not flooding virtually?
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. We'd have to take that one on notice. I'm not sure if Chris would be able to comment on that, but yeah, otherwise we could take that on notice and come back.
Yes, thanks for the question, Chair. Currently, Dick Olive Park is Category C, which means its intervention level is 400 millimetres. Doesn't mean that we don't slash it prior to that 400 mils. It just means that that's the cap, the top. And we are, so generally it's serviced every 2 to 3 weeks. and we are back on track now with our open spaces, that people should see that happening more and more regularly. So I'm hoping that that issue will be alleviated into the future.
I think some of the residents take it upon themselves to contribute to the mowing out there, which, you know, we welcome, of course, but council is still limited, I guess, in what it can do. But okay, Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Mr Chair, we've suspended standing orders, so I'd like to just knock this little bit out that Councillor Mather's mentioned in relation to a development that's not yet approved or come to the council table out in this particular area. And even though they perhaps may have land more suitable for a park, we can't be sure that that development is going to go ahead because we haven't approved it as such. And so therefore I'm concerned by looking into that area. We haven't been briefed on that development. We don't know what it entails, and we can't say, but we've got a definite park here which is central to those in Paramount Park, and central to those young families with children who actually can access that area. And this is what they've been given a strong indication over quite a few years, long before I sat at this council table. And of course, yes, there are those that don't want the park for various reasons, but majority of the families with young children do. So I'm concerned about talking about a future development that we haven't even discussed or looked at or actually understand, to say that they may have land, and are we going to then put this park off for longer than need be?
Lady, your lights on?
Yeah, Councillor Friend is right, Mr Mayor, but we're not dealing with that application. I just observed that it is an application in the making and it has a long way to go. It may or may not be approved. We can't speculate anything at this time. But let me say right up front, what we have is the proposal that Dick Olive Park is suitable land for a park. It's okay if you want to walk, but there is not enough flat land or land that's out of water in events of heavy rainfall that would be suitable. That's why I think we need to go there and have a look and see what is available. But we need to identify that what has been occurring over all these years is that when developers cut up their land, they give us the, shall I use the word, unsuitable land for housing as parks, and they're always creeks. We always end up in a waterway for land that they've donated to us for a park, and that's what we've got here. Dick Olive Park is a waterway, and if you have a look at the catchment in that area, that carries a lot of water, goes down, but at the same time it would take anything in its path or would be subject to water on a regular basis. And further, Mr Mayor, what we haven't identified is that further down that park, down that waterway, it's obstructed with waterweed and weeds. We haven't maintained it, and the question to the officers was relevant because it would cost money to clear it, but it's always been cleared up until now. Then it's not a park, but it's a waterway, and that's why you've got weeds there. So the cleared park that you see now, it's only on the good grace of the neighbours.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Mather. Bear in mind we're, I guess, using suspension of standing orders to get more information,
yes,
in a free-flowing sort of a manner. Probably one question I've got, I'm curious on, it'd be interesting to actually see in situ what the park would look like in terms of where it's located, how close to the houses does it need to be in order to be out of the flooding zone, and that may be important for even for those that have been already consulted, to be better informed about this is what it would need to look like for it to be functional. Now, we didn't really have that information hasn't been forthcoming in the past. This is kind of new information really in terms of the suitability of putting infrastructure that close to a home, where the dry land is. So I guess being mindful of that as well certainly is something that I need to take into consideration.
That's why I think, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to ask the question and ask for confirmation from Dan and Chris. So, Chris, Mr. Ireland, you've said that the upkeep of the mowing is going to be, more constant because the Parks and Open Spaces Department have all their ducks in a row. Dan, you've mentioned that there is an area of 150 metres that it could accommodate a park. And that's on the higher level of the ground. Do you have any idea how far away that would be from a fence line?
Look, Councillor Mather, without having Councillor Friend, without having design, but from my recollection, when I sort of just did a bit of a draw on an aerial, that 150 square metres would be fairly close to those properties at the top side and the back side of that location. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible that I don't like lying things on the table forever, that we actually do an on-site inspection with all the councillors and see what's there? They can see for themselves how much of the creek/park needs to be maintained, and also you can see the connectivity or the lack of connectivity between the existing parts.
Councillor Mather, all those suggestions would be subject to the will of the table, so we could certainly consider them when we're back in committee. If there's nothing further, councillors, to explore in this section, was someone moved? Well, I moved that we go back into
Resume standing orders.
resume standing orders. All those in favour? Yep. Okay. Thank you to the officers. So we have
We don't.
we have an officer's recommendation before us.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Friend.
I have an amendment.
We have an amendment.
Amendment to the officer's recommendation.
Right. Happy to hear that.
Lovely. So my amendment is now on the board, and it says proceeds with the implementation of a playground at Paramount Park, Dick Olive Park, or Bunya Road Reserve in the next 3 years, and that council consider the allocation of $350,000 in the 24-25 budget for the planning and construction of this recreation park.
Okay, Councillor Friend, I thank you for that. It's probably, I'm going to rule that that's not so much an amendment because it's in direct contradiction to the officer's recommendation. I hope you'll understand that.
So,
but you can certainly flag it as a foreshadowed motion if you wanted to, as indeed any other councillor could put up anything else. We might proceed with this motion first and foremost on its merits, and if it is not supported, well, we shall go somewhere from there. Very good. Mr. CEO, have you got any comments? You're looking at me as if...
Just a procedural thing, Mr. Mayor. It's absolutely up to you whether you test the officer's recommendation with the council or group, but it's not a motion unless a councillor proposes it. So
okay, it's just the officer's recommendation.
There is an alternative motion being proposed. You can either accept that or you can invite someone to test the recommendation first, but it's not a motion in the same way as if it was proposed by council.
A report from an officer. Yep. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could we hear Councillor Friend's foreshadowed motion again, please?
Yeah, certainly. It's pretty clear.
proceeds with the that council proceeds with the implementation of a playground at Paramount Park, Dick Olive Park, or Bunya Road Reserve. I'm happy to remove Bunya Road Reserve, considering 7% of people said Dick Olive Park in the next 3 years, and that council consider the allocation of $350,000 in the 24-25 budget for the planning and construction of this recreational park. It's about moving forward, Mr. Chair. It's about helping the community by moving forward, and we all know how long it takes, how many years these things do take. Also, the $350,000 figure came from the business case itself. I didn't pluck that out of the air. So that's my recommendation on the back of my original notice of motion.
Okay. Okay, councillors.
And if we go with that, I'll move that. Thank you.
Well, in the absence of somebody going with the other one,
I'll second that one.
Okay, so we have councillor Friend moving an alternate recommendation, as we have on the screen here. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, fellow councillors, staff and members of the public that are here today. Councillors, since this table commenced in 2020, our resident outreach meetings with the Rocky View community, located at Glenley and Glendale, had very loud and strong sentiments and were calling out for a park located at Paramount Park. Young mothers and those with older children said that they had been requesting this playground for a number of years. Every year we have met with them, it's always been the same request. Understandably, this request was placed on the shelf while we're in the flux over the boundary review, but thankfully the state government acknowledged the voice of reason and we retained what has always been Livingstone Shire. Now we have this golden opportunity to satisfy a majority of those, 82%, who desperately yearn for a recreational facility, a meeting place for children and their parents to catch up and enjoy one another's company. It's an opportunity for new families in this area to meet and to feel welcomed in a friendly community. That is Paramount Park, Rocky View. Let us not only listen to our residents of the North, let us reward their loyalty and move forward with this important facility.
Yes. Okay, well, that'd be a great time to declare that, and you can either choose to leave the chambers. Yes, councillor Murphy.
Yes, I will, Mr Mayor.
And you'll be declaring a conflict of interest on the basis
and
of...
I had to apologise
That's
because
quite
I
okay.
got absorbed in the debate
That's
without
quite
thinking
okay.
about it. So, yes, Mr CEO.
And what is the conflict though, councillor Mather?
Well, I've got a house up the road.
Okay, in that instance, it would be suitable for you to declare that and deal
Yes.
with that accordingly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You come and get me now, won't you?
We will consider doing that. We'll move it procedural. Okay. Mr CEO? Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so we had the speaker for in councillor Friend in the mover. Have we got any speakers against the motion? Anyone speaking for?
I'll do that, Mr Acting Mayor. Look, one of the things, it's been great, we've got the boundary review behind us and it's time to move on and make sure that our northern suburbs get the attention that they're due and that they deserve. Look, yeah, it's not a fantastic park for all this facilities, but what we've got a lot of people with young families in that area and people with teenage kids that need a good recreation outlet. And I'm sure that this would suffice with, you know, when I looked at preferred activities, I think it was climbing, mountain bike riding, stuff like that, you know, and like we can do things in there that mightn't be in the realm of a normal park, and the land probably would lend itself to that. What I'm concerned, if we don't go ahead with this motion, it'll lay on the table, it'll sit there, we'll talk about it, it'll come back up, we'll go out and have visitations, and by the time some of these parents with kids get their way, the kids will be in university. And we need to move on this now. We need to make sure that that particular area of our shire is looked after, and the people get what they pay for with their rates.
Absolutely.
Thank you, councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, I'm just curious whether maybe you would consider slightly expounding the definitions of playground to something that would maybe give the officers the ability to explore beyond just playground as such. Something that's a little bit broader, that it's community purpose, it's for outdoor activity, but who knows what that could look like. Or I guess to the officers, is that something, or to the director, that's something that you can capture under playground, or does that narrow it down too much that perhaps, you know, any number of different outdoor elements that may be more conducive because of the water concerns as opposed to a hard stand plastic playground that just comes out of the cookie cutter box, that we can, you know, look more broadly. So perhaps if I can put that to you, to the director, if
I'm happy to answer that.
or Dan, if you're happy to answer, that's even.
I'm happy to answer that.
Yep.
Look, I think playground, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Mm.
I think playground can cover that.
Great.
I
Okay.
think, you know, it doesn't have to be the cookie cutter approach.
Great.
Whatever the design might be, it could be a natural playground, it could be anything like that. So
Yep.
I think playground suitably
And would it
covers
help if we were to perhaps put in consultation with the community? Is that something that we're going to commit to, as opposed to just designing it, turning up there one day in the back of a truck, or are we going to do that in conjunction with the community?
Look, I think you know, we've been out to the community and we've got those responses back about what they'd like to see in the playground.
Okay.
I mean, we could go back out with a potential design, which we haven't gone out there with yet, but we could definitely do that if that was the desire of the council.
Would Councillor Friend be adverse to that being included? That, you know, community consultation be included in, you know, in design of the facilities that are there?
Oh, Mr Chair, I'm very happy about that.
Okay.
Once we have a design and it's been budgeted for in the future works, then I'm happy to take that design to the community, most certainly.
Okay, great. Thank you. Nothing further here. No more speakers either for or against. We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Chairman.
Thank you, members.
Just see, two quick items, Mr Chairman. If councillors are happy, I'll work with Councillor Friend on the wording for, we have an obligation to record a statement of reasons for not adopting the officer recommendation, section 254H. If councillors are happy, rather than trying to do that now, I'll just work with Councillor Friend offline for that. And
That's
before
fine.
Dan runs away, not running away. Are you sticking around for that Marlborough item later in the day? I'm sticking around for the trial septic. Right.
Okay, we'll do it then.
Stan's last meeting. But we'll do that later in the day.
Excellent. Thanks, Carl, for thinking of that. Okay. Thank you to those members of the gallery that have been so patient. You can leave your money on the fridge and pay for the entertainment. You've already paid the bill. Right. You've already paid your rates. Thank you. Okay. So that takes us on to 11.2, lifting road closure application adjacent to 137 Kelleher's Road, Millman. We've got an officer that wanted to speak to that, or perhaps before questions are considered. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll be very brief. This matter was discussed at the May council meeting, was laid on the table pending a site visit from councillors. A site visit was undertaken on the 14th of June with the Manager Engineering Services, and the report today as presented hasn't changed from the May meeting. The site visit, I don't know exactly which councillors attended, but I'm assuming that there'll be some questions coming out of that regarding the officer recommendation, which hasn't changed since the May meeting. Happy to take questions.
Great, thank you, Michael. So, councillors, a few of us certainly went up there. Is there any questions that you would like to put before considering this item? We're on Kelleher's Road, Councillor Fred.
I have questions.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Ms Creedeman. After the site visit that we undertook last week to this area, we noticed a lot of leucaena, rubber vine and other invasive plants. Is it the intention of the persons that wish to close this road to clear the environment of these invasive species at their own cost?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. I believe that was part of their motives for requesting this road to be returned or amalgamated into their property. They did say they wanted to maintain the area free of weeds.
Thank you. How would council guarantee that the fire trail would remain open in perpetuity?
If at the moment it is a road reserve, so it is open to all traffic, including the Rural Fire Brigade. If it was amalgamated into the adjoining property, then there wouldn't be any legal way of maintaining access. There's two possibilities if access is required. One would be through a sort of gentleman's agreement, I'd call it, just between the Rural Fire Brigade and the property owner. The other alternative could be that there's an easement created in favour of the Rural Fire Brigade to allow them access over the potentially closed area.
One last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Understanding that from an engineering perspective, it should not be closed. Am I correct in saying that this road has the possibility of remaining unformed, say, for the next 100 years?
I'd say so. There's not a lot of development occurring in that area. As per the report, it's a road reserve that is connecting down to the waterway. The Rural Fire Brigade have advised that they see that corridor as a strategic link for their fire management, and generally it's a good practice for state or council to have ownership of land bound by the waterway, just for environmental controls and so on.
Thank you.
Question I have, Michael, is when you mention things like easements and that, if it's primarily council's concern around access for the rural fireys, but providing that can be assured, hypothetically say through an easement, do you see any issue with, or would it be a bad idea to council to say in principle we have no issue except we would require some sort of agreement, i.e. a lease, sorry, not a lease, an easement to ensure access is maintained?
That's one way of looking at it. We can either say we have no objections on the condition that an access arrangement is struck between the Rural Fire Brigade and the property owner, or we could say we object, which then leaves it as a road reserve until such time as the Rural Fire Brigade and the owner come to terms, and they may choose to come back to council with what they believe to be an agreement in principle. So my recommendation would be to protect our interests. The officer's recommendation remain, which is that we object to leave the road, and we leave the road reserve open for access, and it's not disputed. And if the parties then can get their heads together and agree on a solution, then that may change the application style. They can bring that back to council at a future time.
And just to follow on from that, so the main cause of concern that have been identified primarily is access to rural fire purposes. Would that be even Councillor Swaddling?
Yes, I'll just through the chair. Yeah, the Rural Fire Service obviously works under the Queensland Fire Emergency Services Act, and as such, a first officer has a legislated a delegation that allows access to a property at any stage, if it's locked or not, so they can actually access that property to fight fire. As from my understanding, and I don't think there's only a very small amount of cases out there where property owners have refused access and then subsequently breached part of that agreement or part of the act. So therefore, there's obviously issues there for them. But rural fire, there is a road reserved in the bottom of there of that piece of land that allows that access. And from my understanding, from the visit, access is always going to be granted. Should they move forward with this? So, from a rural fire perspective, yeah, I mean there are a number of accesses there, but also the risk of a large grass fire coming through that area and able to contain that fire. And I think having those availabilities there allows that to be minimised.
Any further questions?
Just an observation, Mr. Mayor. The landowners, the applicants, have made no secret that they want to acquire the land and amalgamate it with their property in time. They've made no secret that the easement or the unmade road is littered with, as Councillor Friend alludes, weeds. And I'm sure that our council is not about to go out there and keep it maintained. And I can understand, being from the land, how important it is to keep your land clean from outside influences. What we have here is, as the officer says, the opportunity to have an easement for the fire brigade. Now, the fire brigade made it clear they would like to retain that road reserve for firefighting purposes. I'm not arguing with that. The fire brigade people, the representatives on the day, said if they had a grid on either end, there wouldn't be a problem if it was fenced. But as long as it gave access to the fireys.
Is there a question in this? I appreciate
Yeah, I want to know that, do we know for sure at officer level, and I don't doubt that the advice we have is good, that we can actually, if we were to sell that land to the people, have an easement over that part of the land that they've amalgamated into their property with the proviso of grids and access, free access to the fire brigade. Can we be sure of that? Because my thought would be we'd need to have that confirmed, because that would be a very good option. That the fire brigade would have clear access there if they were to acquire that land.
Well, I guess that's similar along the lines that I'm trying to really establish. So perhaps, Michael, do you want to elaborate further on that question?
I don't think at this time we can say with certainty that there would be unfettered access. I think that's a matter between the Rural Fire Brigade and the property owner into the future. And if there's a gentleman's agreement, or if there's some sort of an action under the Act which they can enforce, that's not what we would be party to. So that's why my view is that the recommendation should stand that we object to the closure, and then it guarantees certainty for access. If the applicant and the Rural Fire Brigade can come to some agreement, knowing that council objects due to access issues, then they may, separate to this, come to some sort of agreement, or they may choose to reinforce that agreement through an easement, which is surveyed and registered with the title at another time. But at the information we have at the moment, it's a bit subjective to say that there would be some agreement.
It's Reesewood.
I have a question, but probably needs to be asked to someone in planning, I guess. But Michael might be able to help me. Or somebody. Is it possible to put a caveat on it pending an easement on the sale?
I don't believe so. We've only been asked as a council to provide an approval or an objection to this application being lodged. The road reserve is owned by the state government. They have final say. We're just one step in the process. There's a form that needs to be signed by us as council, whether we support or don't support the application. If we don't support it, then we would let the applicant know. My understanding is they still can submit their application, but obviously it's going to be uphill from there. So I don't believe we have any jurisdiction to to put conditions on our state government department to consider it and approve it with easements or other caveats.
Mr Chairman,
Councillor Mather.
I'm just making a simile. Where we've got houses, residential houses with sewerage and water, we've got easement rights over that land where we've got water, sewage and drainage. What's the difference? We can come in at any time and do maintenance or dig them up or bury more. We can do that. That happens now. And I don't see any difference if we've got a parcel of land that belongs to the state, we have jurisdiction over it, and we're not negating the purpose of the road reserve / easement. We're cleaning up the land and we're allowing the fire brigade to have access, and that's all they want is access. And because I can tell you one thing right now, no landowner is going to be spending tens of thousands of dollars on a block of land that he will never have tenure over. And they'll be asking us to clean up the weeds.
Excuse me, Mr Chairman, apologies for...
No, that's okay. Shouldn't have...
I'm not familiar with... There will be timelines for these things. I'm not familiar with the one in this particular case, but it is also the case that the state government, the Department of Resources, relies heavily on the council's advice. So if we were not to meet the deadline necessarily, generally speaking, they'll chase us for an answer before they close their books on things.
Okay. Allow us to get some, well, I'd probably like to move a procedural, councillors. I'm not comfortable to make a decision yet, but I would like to explore it further with specialists, I guess, even in legal aspects about how easements granted. I would like to tease out council's appetite once they knew what further options we had at our disposal, at our discretion, to perhaps provide greater clarity around the answer and the reason why the answer has been formed that way. And it may even be a case of inviting the landholder to come and perhaps even meet with councillors if they wanted to. So that's really what I'm asking for, to lay on the table to get some greater clarity around. Well, it's a procedural, but I need to be clear on what the procedural's about.
Mr Chairman, if I could, and I'm reticent to sort of buy into the council's debate on this particular issue, but my observation of the discussion, I don't profess to be expert in the field, is that council always have some concerns about maintaining access for the fire service. That appears to be the sticking issue. Michael intimated that if you were to add something like what's on the screen, if we just roll up a bit, add a 0.3 to your... So it is, as Michael proposed, to hold the line, which is, no, we don't approve, in fact we object to the closure, but should the applicant be able to come up with some suitable arrangements with the fire brigade, and it's up to them to explore whether that's a caveat, an easement or whatever mechanism that is comfortable between those two parties, remembering that we won't be party to those things moving on, then the council might reconsider its position at that time.
Well, I think that's along the lines of perhaps where I'd be encouraged to see a greater input from council to justify their position one way or the other, or their decision one way or the other. And if the only sticking point is the access, if that can be absolutely legally assured through an easement of some sorts, then council would not have an issue with it and we wouldn't be objecting to it, only on the proviso that legal access was ensured. That's different than saying we don't support the application. That's, I guess, what I want to understand. How much information can we put in to provide the department some clarity around our position on it?
Through the chair.
Point of order, Mr. Point of order. Yes, Councillor Eastwood.
Well, I think you're being probably a little bit presumptive that council wouldn't have a problem because you don't know the view of the other councillors.
Very good point of order, Mr. Absolutely.
Just
Very good.
through the chair.
Yes, Councillor Swadling.
Just to go on further from my comments before about the Act, under section 53, it powers an authorised fire officer, which a rural fire officer is, with under that. An authorised fire officer may take reasonable measures to protect persons, property or the environment from danger, potential causes, fire or hazardous materials, protect a person without limiting measures, may take purpose to describe under the Act to enter a premises at any time, and it goes on from there. Then you'll find that for what their powers an authorised fire officer is under that Act. So either way, whether a premises is blocked or not, if it's reasonable measures to protect, preserve the life under the Act, they are required and can enter, whether it's a grid there or a fence there or whatever it might be. Just give some understanding around that.
And councillor, is that the same for mitigating, like doing burn-offs and stuff like that?
Well, mitigation's a little bit different. There is obviously there's constraints about risk around mitigation, and then the bushfire safety officers within each region obviously are aware of that under the Act. So they'll talk to landowners and they'll go through those things as well. But this is only for the event there's a fire that may cause those issues, that could destroy or damage property. As an authorised officer, that first officer, which is brigade first officer, can enter those premises or property to do what needs to be done to protect life. Just for curiosity, if anyone wishes to check that out. Thank you.
So, through the chair, may
Yes,
I
Councillor Friend.
just clarify with Councillor Swadling in relation to what you've just said. So therefore, if this not necessarily lay on the table at this stage, the Rural Fire Brigade has the ability to still access that area regardless if it's private property or not private property.
Through the chair, that's correct. It says, well, if you go and have a look, section 2, without measure, and it takes purpose to describe in section 1, an authorised officer may, the purpose to do the following, and it tells you about shore up a building, close a road or access, shut off supply of water and the main pipe, calls or shut off, disconnect supply of gas, and it goes on from there. So it's quite interesting. Their powers are quite large. Obviously, as a rural fire member myself, and which I made a note to council before prior to meetings, that there's a certain amount of powers and responsibility there, and certainly you go into local government, and between local government and state, there is a responsibility in relation as an authorised officer around what they can do under the Act. So I hope that helps. And
thanks, councillor.
Councillors, thank you.
Okay, councillors. Well, we have officer's recommendation, I believe. The procedural wasn't actually enacted unless there was appetite for...
Mr Mayor, did you want further information, further confirmation of the access to easements? Isn't that what you were seeking before?
That's something that I still don't know the answer definitively
well, that's
of.
what we need to pursue.
And even, I guess, councillors, if I can take liberty, even the information that the good councillor Swadling has brought forward, really to take that into its full context, we've heard that, 3 or 4 minutes of that, but what does that actually mean in its entirety? So for me, I'm not fully confident that I can make an informed decision at this point in time. So
Procedural
I'm happy to move a procedural motion. Whether it's supported will be up to you guys. Procedural, this lay on the table until we explore further aspects of this process, i.e. to do with rural fire access, legitimate rural fire access, establishing of easements.
That's all you need to say?
That's what I would endeavour to test with the table. No, there's no debate either.
No, I get it.
think that captures it. Thank you, Justine. Happy to put that to the vote. Councillors, those in favour? Those against? Okay. Rightio, we'll go back to the motion that's there. Do we have a mover for the motion that's there? Just call one more time, guys, if there is a mover. If not, in the event that we'll just move on to the next item of business. Mr. CEO, have you got any commentary on that? We would be then absolutely...
We'll just notify the department that we don't have a position on the matter, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Final call. There's no mover there for that. We'll proceed to the next. It lapses for the want of a mover or a seconder. We'll move on to the next item of business.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councillor
for the record, I mean, I don't like to see things half done, put it that way. I'd be happy to move the recommendation to test it.
Okay. Sounds like we've got a mover. We'll go with that. Then you would like to move that motion, Councillor Mather?
I will move it, not that I agree to it, but
Yeah.
I will move it for the
Okay.
sake of speaking to it, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. So we do have a mover. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Okay, right. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mather.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I don't agree with the motion myself because I think that we need more information. We're going into this cold turkey. We're about to say, no, we don't want it to happen. We don't want to go to the department, but we still don't know what we're doing. In fact, we're doing nothing. And that's sad because we could have had options that we don't know about. But we've denied ourselves those options.
If I could comment on that, Councillor Mather, mindful that the staff have done their best to provide us the information that we felt was relevant. So just being mindful of that, there's no, I would hope there's no
As
inference
officers always do, Mr.
that they haven't fulfilled their duty to the best of their ability. But take your
Mr. Mayor,
comments.
we have to fulfil our obligations
Absolutely.
as our responsible people, but making the decisions. And I think that we owe it to ourselves and the applicant, whichever way it goes, doesn't matter to me, that we've had all the information and we've used it wisely.
Anyone speaking against the motion? I'm going to speak against the motion on the grounds that I see these come before council and I feel that they're lacking in almost a critical thinking and a problem-solving application on the basis that you've got situations where landholders have got really out of control, overgrown land parcels that are legitimate, say road reserves in this case, and it seems as if the only answer a council can provide is that they either do or they don't support it. I'd like to explore being able to provide greater clarity around our justification, and it may then help inform someone further up the chain who is going to make the decision. Okay, that's what the council thinks. That's interesting. Well, that could be dealt with by this way. Too many of these come with a fairly blunt yes, no. And for me, I find that difficult to sort of accept, I guess, in a way that we can't do more to provide greater clarity. I know there is some effort there, but I feel it needs to go further. So I'm not prepared to support it. Thank you.
Through the chair, I have a question for Mr. CEO or Mr. Creederman. So in looking at this, if this is not supported, and you said earlier then the council would send notification to the department that it would then have no stance on this particular matter. If it's not supported, does that not mean that council may be in favour of saying yes to a road closure?
Mr. Chairman, I think I've responded to a similar question in the past, a little bit like planning decisions where refusing a decision shouldn't be intimated as approving a proposal. So in this case, if this was to be voted down in the absence of an alternative that actually approves the closure, so this recommends objecting to the closure, not approving, in the absence of there being an alternative motion to approve it, yes, I think we would be best notifying the department that the council hasn't taken a position, because not accepting a motion shouldn't be inferred as the alternative.
Okay. Any councillors want to speak for the motion? Yep. No further councillors wanting to speak? Councillor May, they want to wrap up?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor. As the CEO says, in the absence of an alternative motion now, we don't have an opinion, and I don't think that's this table's real intent. I think they'd like to have an opinion if they knew more information. And I'd be happy to flag an approval subject to a number of conditions if the table felt that way inclined. And if the applicant didn't like those conditions, and one would be getting the Rural Fire Brigade on board, getting their endorsement, then I'd be happy to put something together. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we shall put this motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion has lost. Councillor May, are you suggesting a foreshadowed motion now,
Mr.
or
Mayor,
are we going to
I'd need
perhaps bring
little
something
bit
at the next meeting?
something at lunchtime.
Mr CEO, any issues with that?
Yes, we're dealing with
Other than it's not on the
matter in
agenda,
a similar way, Mr Chairman, so if someone's happy to move to the next item of business, and we can return to this later in the day.
It's not as if I'm introducing a new topic, Mr CEO. It's the same topic, just being resolved.
Okay. Procedural to move on to the next item of business. All those in favour? Thank you. Next item of business will be, what have we got? 11.3, road closure application, part of Prowse, is that Prowse Road, Jardine? Bisecting lot 98 LN 590. Who have we got there speaking? Is that Mr Crediman? Over to you.
Excuse me. I'd like to see a better map than what we've got there to know what we're dealing with, because
that's a fair question. We'll endeavour to get the map up as Michael takes us through the report.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So, earlier in the year, we had an application to close a small section of Prowse Road. It's basically the last section straddling lot 98. It's basically a cul-de-sac road. Attachment 1 to the report shows the shaded area of the proposed road closure. Officers are recommending that we have no objection to this road closure, and we complete the required forms and submit them to the state government. Happy to take questions.
Councillors, any questions?
No questions, Mr Chair. I'll move though.
Okay, we have a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak?
Only very briefly. The reason why I've decided to move this is after reading the report, not one department in council opposes this road closure. From planning to manager of construction and maintenance, principal community development engagement officer, development engineering, disaster management, project and natural resource management, which is under my particular portfolio. And as there's no native vegetation or of protection layers mapped over this area, nor does the road reserve have any native vegetation on the ground. So our natural resource management have no concerns with the proposed road closure, along with a number of other departments. So I'm happy to move it on that basis.
Anyone want to speak against the motion? If not, Councillor Eastwood, do you want to? No. We'll put that one to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Actually, I'm not actually sure that that's factually correct now.
I was going back some way to, if a councillor's left the room and it's recorded, is it legitimate still to say that it's unanimous, or? I'll leave that up to. Yep.
This year it was unanimous, yes.
Yep.
The fact that the councillor is not present during a vote doesn't reflect. It's a little bit like the apologies today. We're not recording them as votes against because of abstaining. They're actually absent from the meeting, as was the case just recently. So it was unanimous of those who were present.
Who were present, yep. I can recall it happening previously. Okay, 11.4, councillors, Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan, Central Queensland.
Mr Chair, I'll move this one.
I thought you may. Okay, Mr Deakin, would you like to talk us through this report?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So, Council was briefed on the Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan a few weeks ago. There have been a couple of minor updates that I can point out. I think there's a wording update to the council names were wrong, not Livingstone, I point out. Also, there's been an increase to the proposed funding for the project manager role, which is a role that's going to be engaged to deliver the plan. And I think in the version that you've been provided, that project management resource is priced up at a total cost of $180,000 a year. We've amended that now to $250,000 a year, just in line with how we see the market to actually gain a capable project manager and retain them for that considerable period, which is going to be through from commencement of the plan through till 2031, so an 8-year term. I would point out that we don't have certainty from the state on how much funding they'll provide into this plan and actually how they'll provide that. But also councils don't, by adopting the plan, make any financial commitment. So the next step will be that the plan, if endorsed by council here and the other participating CQ Rock councils, will then go to CQ Rock for their endorsement, and then after that we are led to believe that the state will make funding available to engage the project manager and get things underway. As you said, in total, the plan includes potential funding of 66.47 million, and exactly how that'll be comprised and where that funding will come from is yet to be determined. So happy to take any questions.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions, councillors?
11.4.
11.4, Regional Waste. Councillor Friend.
Always. Thank you, Mr Chair. And thank you so much, Mr Deakin and Mr Creedman, for this great report. It's very exciting. As a regional strategy through CQ Rock, Regional Organisation of Councils, if LSC were to apply for state funding, would we have to request this through CQ Rock?
So our understanding is that under the Jobs and Recycling Fund, in this plan we can access that funding, even though the mechanism itself is not quite clear yet. There are a number of projects and programs that have been identified in the CQ Rock plan, but there are also smaller projects and other projects which may still be able to attract that funding, but may not be specifically spelled out in the plan. And the expectation is that we would still go through the CQ Rock to get endorsement of whatever that project might be, because that should increase its chances of successfully obtaining funding from the Jobs and Recycling Fund.
Awesome, thank you. For the benefits of the community in either reading the agenda or watching on live stream, and I asked this same question in our briefing, what is meant by the residual waste EFW and RDF?
I think I've retained those abbreviations, sorry about that. But yeah, EFW is energy from waste and RDF is rubbish derived fuel. So effectively we're saying that there's a certain amount of residual waste that we can't recycle, we can't recover. What do we do with that? At the moment it goes to landfill. What could we do with it? We could put it into energy from waste and effectively burn it, or we could create this rubbish derived fuel. But in both cases, they look like they'll have a significantly higher cost impact on households than landfill. And we've set $155 per household for energy from waste and maybe $91 per household for rubbish derived.
Thank you. My last question on page 4 of the attached plan notes the waste managed by the individual councils in our CQ Rock. Livingstone Shire is 12%. At 12%, only 8% less than the larger councils like Rockhampton and Gladstone. Can you foresee this percentage reducing as our own resource recovery centre diverts approximately 25% of waste to landfill per annum?
I think, certainly we hope that, we'll see more diversion. One of the challenges perhaps is that in our red bin, our general waste bin, there's 54% contamination in that. And with Rocky and with Gladstone, we know that they're going to commit to progressive FOGO, so that's an extra third bin, a green bin, and that should address certainly some of the food waste that appears in the red bin now. For us, I think the plan's showing that it's not economically viable to do the third green bin or FOGO bin at this stage, and so we're still likely to see higher levels of contamination in that red bin.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Just one, Mr. Mayor. Nigel, the material that you can't bury or recycle, you say that there's a possibility of burning it, and that would actually add to the cost to the ratepayers. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's right. That's the stuff that we send to landfill now, and in the future you could burn it, which it would act as a fuel source, or you could actually I think you bake it and then it acts as a fuel source which you can use elsewhere. But it is showing that at the moment it's not economic for us to do that, and so the best thing from a commercial point of view or economic point of view for us would be to continue to send that residual to landfill, but obviously to try and divert as much as possible away from that residual.
Yes. Nigel, is there any chance that we could, what would it take to make it viable? Or secondly, could we partner up with other councils to be able to utilise that rather than bury it?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I think, there is an opportunity, the best opportunity we see for energy from waste or even for RDF is in terms of teaming up with big industry, and that means big industry that uses a great deal of fuel. So one example might be the cement kiln in Gladstone, which currently uses a huge amount of gas. They perhaps would be interested in an alternative fuel source, but as we've shown, there would be a cost impact on households. So it's certainly an opportunity that we can explore in the future, and it's likely that in 10 years' time there'll be new technologies. Hopefully these things will be cheaper than they are currently.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the...
I will, thank you.
Go for it.
Do we have a seconder?
Don't think we do, actually. Looks like Councillor Swalling was going to be. He was trying to be.
Lovely. I don't have a great amount to say except that our Mayor, Andy Ireland, who couldn't be with us today due to ill health, is the chairman of CQ Rock. And I'd like to thank he and all mayors involved with CQ Rock, fellow councillors that have been involved with this process under their waste portfolios over the CQ Rock and Central Queensland, and thank all officers from each council involved, particularly Mr Nige Deacon, who's sitting here at the table. Thank you so much, Nige, for all of your hard work and your experience and your knowledge that you've contributed to this plan, and your time as well. Leanne Randall, who's our coordinator for waste, who is an incredible, invaluable to our organisation. And I'd like a shout out to Mr Michael O'Keefe, who is the manager for waste in Rockhampton as well, as he has also been integral, as well as Lawmac that our council is currently involved with. So my advice to all people in our community, that if you love to talk rubbish as much as the rest of us, then have a look at this plan, because it's well worth a look. Thank you.
I was going to call a point of order there for a moment, but just about talking rubbish, that's all. But very good. Okay, anyone want to speak against that? No, did the seconder want to speak to the motion, Mr Swalling?
No, at all. I'm fine.
Very good. Okay, council will put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to 11.5, request for budget to upgrade the on-site sewage system at Quarrel Recreation Grounds. Looks like Dan's back at the table.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this report is seeking approval of a $50,000 allocation for the renewal of the evaporation and absorption beds at the Quarrel Recreation Grounds. We have experienced a full failure of that, and we currently have portaloos in place to accommodate the usage at the recreation grounds at the moment. So we are seeking $50,000 in the 22-23 budget to renew the sewage system at the grounds.
Councillor Eastwood, you're going to move. Councillor Maiden?
I've got two questions.
You got two questions?
Yes, to the relevant officer.
Very good.
Now, this was known about November 22 because I was invited out there to do an inspection and this came to the table. Where has it been since then? Because I know the portaloos have cost us money in the meantime. And where are we getting the $50,000 from if it hasn't already been allocated in the budget?
Thank you, Councillor Mather. So between November 22 and earlier this year, there were investigations undertaken to confirm the extent of the failure. So that all takes time, unfortunately. There was a business case done probably around March or April for this to go into the 23-24 budget. I'm not sure why that didn't occur in the first instance, but here we are. And with regard to the coverage of the $50,000, we believe that we can source some savings from $955,000 in combined projects across the site improvements asset class already allocated in the 23-24 budget.
Thank you, Dan. Mr Chairman, I just need to be mindful and alert other councillors that if we haven't got any budget allocation for anything that we want or need, we need to be aware that we only did the budget a week ago, and we're looking for 50,000 already. And we've had a good explanation there, but at the same time, we need to be mindful that anything that we want outside of that budget needs to be found in lieu of something else, because we're going to end up in the same situation if we don't start having constraints now.
Okay, we've got a mover there.
Councillor
Eastwood, seconded Councillor Swadley. Councillor Eastwood.
Oh, this is a no-brainer, Mr Mayor. We've got a cricket club and other people that use this ground. They're relying on portaloos. We've got a facility there that's not operational because the sewage system's packed it in. It needs to be fixed, and so I encourage the councillors to vote for it.
Anyone speaking against? The second to want to speak at all to the motion?
So through the chair, it's a no-brainer, as Councillor Eastwood said. Vibrant communities and those little hubs and those little areas are important to those communities, and so we need to get this fixed and get it sorted. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That was unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 11.6 on our agenda, Reef Guardian Council's Action Plan for 2023 through to 26. It looks like we have Lisa and Matthew going to come and join us at the table to present this plan. Over to you, Lisa and Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, the Reef Guardian Council Council's program has been a long-standing program that Livingstone's been part of since the early days. It's a program that has continued to grow and develop, and we've particularly seen that in the last year. We've now got 19 councils in the Great Barrier Reef catchment that are part of the program. And we've seen a couple of significant milestones this year, particularly with the release of the Reef Guardian Council Climate Change Initiative's snapshot, which was released late last year. And this year we've seen the announcement by the federal government
of over $17 million in funding that has been targeted at specifically Reef Guardian councils to undertake shovel-ready on-ground projects. And this is a great opportunity for us to deliver some of our projects. So as part of being a member of the program, we do have an obligation to develop an action plan. Now, for this year, we've probably approached this a little bit differently in that we've actually, in the past, we've developed annual action plans. This time around, we've actually gone for an action plan that covers essentially 3 years. And I guess the main reason we've done that is to try and align with funding cycles, and in particular, the announcement of this funding that's been made available by the Australian Government. So the action plan, again, we are continuing with a lot of previous actions, really targeting land-based runoff, climate change, and continuing to, I guess, maintain but also develop new relationships with community and stakeholders. I guess a couple of the key projects that we have got for the coming year is really to continue our journey with the ecotourism accreditation, which will bring great benefits to the community. And also we're about to commence our nature-based resilience project, which will provide us with a way of responding to natural coastal hazards. We're also continuing to do a lot of work along our coastline. We've recently dealt with some incursion issues up on Farnborough Beach, and we're continuing with projects like our turtle protection project and our fox eradication project as part of that. And councillors, yes, we continue to support a number of events across the community, work with schools, and as I said, developing and building those relationships with our ever-increasing community involvement and also our stakeholder groups. So councillors, we've actually got, I guess, threefold the recommendation that we're putting to you today. Firstly, that council endorse the Reef Guardian Action Plan for 2023 to 26. Number two, note the stepping down of Councillor Watson as Portfolio Councillor for Reef Guardian and endorse Councillor Swadling for the vacancy. And number three, the Chief Executive be authorised to amend the Councillor Portfolio Policy to reflect this change. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Thank you, Matt and Lise together. Questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Lise and Matt, for all of your hard work with what you do with Reef Guardian. It's ongoing and it's constant, and what you do is you punch above your weight. So I suppose I'd like to know a little bit more about the incursion on Farnborough Beach and what we're doing about that, how we're rectifying that.
Councillor Friend, the incursions on Farnborough Beach mainly result from vehicle use on the sand dunes themselves, which has caused these areas to degrade with wind erosion and vegetation loss. But we're working very closely with all the stakeholders on Farnborough Beach. So council has a section of that beach which is our responsibility to maintain. And there are also sections for Iwasaki and for national parks to look after. So there are these incursions in all of the areas. So all three organisations are addressing them, and we're working collaboratively in that space, inserting organic fence materials and organic erosion control materials and some planting as well. So that's coming along very, very well at this stage.
Thank you. So you've not had any more damage once these have gone in to actually reclaim those dunal areas? What I'm saying is damage through vehicles, etc.?
Some of our works have been damaged, and what we've been doing is being quick to jump in and replace or repair. So it will take a little while for all the beach users to accept that these changes have happened and that they need to respect the sand dune area. But in the main, we're getting a lot of volunteer support as well. So especially from the Big Dune Surfing Reserve group, who are also helping a lot and helping to educate beach users.
Lovely. Is that surf riders?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
I just wondered what the general public can do. I was up the beach the other day and I came across a bunch of vehicles and right near where the new private property signs have been put up, and it was Arky land. And these guys were driving up, headbutting even where trying to make new incursions. By the time I found my phone and pulled it out to video them, they just took off. And yeah, you get so frustrated with it. Has there been much, as far as policing, if the members of the public were to forward those videos on, are they any good for prosecution or the like?
It will depend on whose land this is occurring. So in general, my understanding is for the private property areas, our local laws do not apply, but there are trespass laws. Quite often those have to relate to the driver rather than the vehicle, so there can be quite a high requirement for evidence to support that. But I am aware that Iwasaki are also placing their own cameras in various parts to try and reduce the amount of trespass occurring in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Would the mover like, or you still questions?
So I still have questions.
Sure.
I don't think we have a mover yet, do we?
Nope.
No, we don't. Maybe Councillor Swadling would like to move. But I will second. Electric vehicles, I noticed that this plan is quite extensive and it does cover a tremendous amount in relation to carbon offsets and climate change and looking after our turtles, landfill gas flaring, solar panel and battery unit retrofit program. Could you please let me know about two of these? One of them is the solar panel and battery unit retrofit program, and one is electric vehicles advocate for the installation of charging infrastructure at business premises, investigate the opportunity to have charging stations on public land. So those two I'm interested in.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Councillor, for your questions. Firstly, on the solar panel and battery retrofit, I guess that's just an ongoing program, just looking at opportunities to retrofit some of our buildings. I guess, well, one of the more obvious ones to me is probably the hub building with solar panels, but again, a lot of it will depend on being able to seek external funding for it to make it happen. But yeah, I guess it's just an ongoing process where we are looking for those opportunities and bearing in mind too that some of our buildings may at some stage, I guess their life expectancy may not be that long. But certainly the newer buildings, if there's an opportunity there, we'll have a look at it. And electric vehicles, I guess, so the latest on that is that our economic development unit have been, I guess, taking more of an advocacy role in, I guess, trying to encourage some of our businesses to invest in charging stations on their premises. We did have an opportunity to get some funding, which unfortunately was knocked back by the state government to actually install a charging facility on our property down in Queen Street. I guess there's still there'll still be ongoing investigations into whether we can establish on public land. However, like a lot of these projects, it will be subject to being able to seek external funding to make it happen. But certainly on the radar, but yeah, not a lot happening at the moment.
Thank you. There was this plan is so diverse in biodiversity of itself, but one of the ones that I note here is to advocate for a turtle rehabilitation centre. I understand by reading the media last week that this is already going ahead by external organisations or people. Could you let us know a little bit more about that?
I think it's in the section of the plan that's our wish list. So it sort of does indicate that it is something that council is aware of, that we don't have a facility like that in this region, and we know it would be of great benefit to community stakeholders. So just have it there. If the opportunity arises where we can provide support for them, particularly if they are other stakeholders going for funding, we can provide letters of support to that. So at this stage, it's simply there, so recognised as a future community project.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a mover, I think, in Councillor Swadling.
Yes, I'd move that.
Yep, we've got a seconder there, Councillor Friend. Councillor Swadling, do you want to speak at all?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Thank you very much. The report is very comprehensive, and and it paves the way moving forward, which is really, really great, and that's what we need to be looking at to protecting our reef and obviously our foreshores and our dunes, etc. And I'd like to also pay my respects to Councillor Rhodes Watson for the best what he's been able to achieve and done in that space, and I thank you for endorsing me to this, because it's a really great achievement to be working with you guys with this. It's something we all need to always continually keep in the back of our mind, what we and particularly coming from an agricultural area as well, how what we do out there affects our reef and the foreshores around there. And I think what we've got here is a plan for the future that we move forward. And capturing that funding is certainly, there's a lot out there. The federal government love to spend a lot of money on our reef, which is great. So I think if we can further jump on that trail and start looking at some things around here in our region that can support our dunes and support that biodiversity that we have there running within our catchment area. So, but yeah, really pleased to be on board. Thank you. If nominated.
Thank you, Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, did you want to add anything?
Thank you. I think Councillor Swadling will do an outstanding job and be very committed. Awesome.
Very good. If there's no one speaking against, we might put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, officers. Okay, councillors. That brings us to 11.7, Southern Beaches Vehicle Access. Apparently, I'll welcome Molly to the table. And over to you, Molly.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. This report details officers' recommendations in response to a council resolution from November 2022. So that resolution identified that council would undertake public consultation regarding vehicular access on the bathing reserves of Retamata, Timbers Beach and Long Beach, to precede the establishment of a reference group entrusted with the responsibility of providing recommendations to council for vehicular usage in those areas. So as you are aware, that consultation occurred. Officers collated the feedback. So we had over 1,096 participants, and the results showed that those that participated in the survey were in favour of vehicles being able to access those beaches. As you're also aware, and that was raised earlier this morning, the local laws review is currently going through the process. Officers recommend that those that participated in the survey are directly invited to participate in the local laws review, because the local laws review is the mechanism in which vehicle access permission can change. So if that is something that those participants would like to advocate for, they can do that via the local laws review, and having a reference group as well as the local laws review, if the intent is to provide access on those beaches, seems like a double up, and that those who wish to advocate for that can do that via the official process, which is timely because that's happening this year. So the two recommendations outlined there are that a group is formed if and when the local law number 4 is changed or amended to permit vehicle access at those beaches, and that participants of that survey be specifically advised and invited to participate in the upcoming Council Local Laws Review community consultation. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Thank you, Molly. Yes, Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, I'm just not sure whether this is a cart before the horse thing. You're going to have a Southern Beaches reference group, possibly being formed, but we're going to change the local law first. So we could change the local law, and then the group might decide not to allow vehicle access. Does that matter?
So from the information gathered, the group overwhelmingly wanted to discuss driving on beaches and changing that so that they could. So if the intent of the group is to allow access on beaches, that can't happen just via the group. But then their instruction was to provide recommendations for council for vehicular usage within those areas. If the law changes to allow vehicular access, that group would then provide those recommendations around what that vehicular access looks like.
Okay, so we can.
But nothing can be changed without the local law being amended, if that makes
That's right.
sense.
But the local law can be amended, and we can still decide not to drive on the beaches.
No, I don't believe so. The local law is specific about which beaches, and so the understanding is that these participants want to drive on these specific beaches, and therefore, unless the local law is amended to reflect that permission, what would that group be able to action without a local law change?
So, question through the chair. Sorry, Councillor Eastwood, I didn't realise you were.
Is there any other way I can explain?
Yes. So, are you saying that the local law, as it stands now, you cannot drive on those beaches?
Correct.
They are not gazetted roads.
Correct.
In the local law review, when that comes back to council, that will go to public notification.
Correct.
And within that public notification time, people can then say, no, we don't want it to be a non-driving beach, we want it to be a driving beach. And then they can have their say. And if that is overwhelming in that local law review, that people want to drive on the beach, then that local law at that point can be amended.
If the state
approves. The state approves, and then that reference group will go ahead. However, I look at the officer's recommendation that council approves a Southern Beaches reference group being formed if and when local law number 4, etc., etc. I wonder if the wording would not be more clearer if it was not consider a Southern Beach reference group until after the public notification period for local law.
Through the chair, you might be doing a little bit of the the cart and the egg, or what's the saying, again, in relation to the fact that with that particular recommendation, you're saying until the community consultation is done, you don't know what the community consultation is until we receive back and the state then approves. So I think that the recommendation at the moment is probably ideal.
Okay, any further questions, councillors?
I'm just concerned that the people who would probably or possibly form part of this reference group, it would appear to me that they want to drive on the beach. Okay,
that was the overwhelming response.
Yes. So are we going in with an expressed desire ourselves that we want this to happen? Because we've got to think of the resources, we've got to think of all those things.
Thank you for the question, councillor. The officers want to give the best opportunity for the community to have their say through the most appropriate mechanism. Officers have determined that the local laws review and community consultation is the most appropriate mechanism and the most powerful mechanism to allow new driving on beaches that aren't already. So we are intending to direct them to that process.
That are not roads, beaches that are not roads, yes. That, yes, okay. Thanks, Molly.
Molly, if a Southern Beach reference group is formed, I imagine that would have delegates from, I guess, four-wheel drive associations, the general public, the environmentally conscious people. There'll be, I imagine it'll be right across the board.
It wouldn't just be those in favour of driving on beaches, correct?
Okay, thank you.
So it's pretty much open to anyone within the community.
Those that nominated during the process.
I'm saying that's nominated during the process, so which I would imagine be a vast range of different members of the community. Okay, thank you.
Okay. There's no further questions. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Friend's moving. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the motion?
No, I think through the question time, Mr. Chair, we've understood that this is a future ideal if the local laws are amended through the state to allow vehicle access on beaches that are currently not allowed to have vehicles on them. So I suppose a quick question. When it comes to driving on the beach within that 50-metre area to take your boat or trailered boat, is that still accessible for people?
Through the chair, yes it is.
Okay, so no, look, I think that we can't have a reference group if the local laws state otherwise at this point. Until they are changed. So it's very important for the community to understand, to have their say when the local laws eventually, and fingers crossed, hopefully go to public consultation later this year, to get involved and to have your say. And not just about driving on beaches, but about dog issues, overgrown allotments, the whole kit and caboodle. So if whatever you're interested in, please have your say in this local law review. Thank you.
Okay, anybody speaking against the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just very briefly. We're still trying to resolve the issues on Farnborough Bridge, which is a road. And yet we're inviting, Bangley, we're inviting the possibility of opening the other beaches. That's the ultimate, opening the other beaches for vehicles, and they're not roads. I think we haven't got it right. And yes, the beaches are beautiful and we need to protect them. And if we allow, and I know it's up to a reference group if it goes through, if we allow vehicles on beaches, we're now going to need to double the resources. There's a whole lot of things that need to be considered that will cost money. So I think at this time, while we're still working out the Bengali matter, we really are a bit ambitious, I think, at this point in going further with all the other beaches.
Okay. Any more speakers for the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion through the chair. I mean, we're always going to have issues out in our community where people do the wrong thing. And, you know, you don't penalise everybody for someone doing the wrong thing. But we also have to be mindful of the diverse area we're living in, and particularly the beaches that we want to drive on. There's some areas there that are just beautiful and we want to see. There's people out there that want to go on those beaches that have issues with mobility and all those other things that have got an opportunity to go down to that beach and have a look at it. You know, for many years I've seen people that I'd love to go, but I can't. And I think through good PR, through governance, through local laws, patrolling, and those other issues, and police involvement, I mean, at some stage, you know, this is something that we can manage, and we should be able to manage this appropriately, that we're not just meeting one end of the community's needs. There's also the other end of the communities. And yes, I know there's people out there that take advantage of it, and they do cause those issues, but we need to have a campaign also that says, well, you know, if you're going to do that, we're going to dob you in. And so, and the message gets out to people that if you use the beach, be prepared to cop the penalty if you do something wrong. So I feel that needs to be, we just need to be mindful not to get caught up on one incident, because a lot of bad people should have been able to affect our decision right across the board. That we have to look at the whole community as a whole, that we can all use that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Which, if there's not, I will. Councillors and staff, I respect and thank you for your report, but I must admit it's hard for me to hide my disappointment in what I see before me in the recommendation for a number of reasons. I think it's really important that we understand what the function of the reference group in any reference group is. It's not to tell council what they're going to do. They don't sit at this table here and make decisions and vote. That's what we do. Now, we stepped out on a journey which was supported by this council to consult with the community and ask them would they like us to put together a reference group that was chartered with exploring possibilities of maybe allowing vehicles on beaches at the southern end of the coast in non-urbanised areas, very similar to what we do at Farnborough Beach at the northern end. And we agreed to do it. That was an exciting time. We had a massive response to the survey. Massive, 1,096. Really hard to get people to respond to surveys. This was an exciting time. Not only that, we had, I think it was 67%, or was it 69%, said, yes, we would like you to put together a reference group to explore the parameters, explore what rules and restrictions would be put into place, to then put that on this table for the councillors to consider. Doesn't mean that councillors had to do it. There was a reference group put together for the Fisherman's Beach boat ramp by the Department of Main Roads and what have you. That reference group did their job, enacted their job, handed over, and a decision was made contrary to the reference group. Okay, so you don't have to listen to the reference group, but we've started a journey that this motion here, actually this report here, deviates away from that. There is nothing to stop this council from proceeding to put together a reference group, to engage with that reference group, give them the authority to explore all options, just like the Farnborough Beach Reference Group has been doing very successfully, and then welcome their feedback. That's what this is about, and that's why I'm not supporting this motion. If I read an excerpt from the Ipswich Council to do with what a reference group does, because it's really important that we understand their limited ability. It talks about a deliberative forum coordinated by council that includes selected community members who provide information, advice and views to council concerning specific issues, thereby enhancing decision making and improving engagement between the council and the community. That's the function of a reference group. The concern I have in supporting this, which is why I'm not, is to suggest that, for example, in legal implications, to allow vehicle access on the, hang on, no, sorry guys, bear with me. There was somewhere in here. To allow vehicle access onto the aforementioned beaches is in direct contradiction with local law. Well, it would be in direct contradiction if the reference group had the authority to come in here and say, you are going to do it. Clearly it would be in conflict with the local law. And clearly the council endorses the local law. All the reference group doing is providing that meaningful engagement with the community. Then we pick up the information and go whichever way we want to from there. And if we feel, my gosh, we look like we may be able to, based on the recommendations of the reference group, open up only one of those beaches because the other two were not supported. It doesn't mean that all three, it may only be one, and it might only be for one day a month. That could come out of it. Then we can inform our local law, do the review, and the local law reflects that. So I thank those who have contributed to the report, but for me it drastically deviates away from the direction that we started this journey on. And I believe it would compromise the integrity of the council to support this. And I'll be foreshadowing a motion that if this motion is voted down, that we stay on the course to put a reference group together based on the strong majority's vote that said they'd like us to, purely to have, as the description describes there, that best pathway to get genuine community engagement. For me, that is the best way to go. So I thank you for indulging me with my long-winded debate. Thank you.
Pretty hard to follow that, councillor. And I guess that takes me back to initially what I said. I think it's putting the cart before the horse with the amending of the local law. I've got written in my notes I did last night, why amend the local law? Wouldn't that be secondary to the guidance of the reference group and the decision of council? I think that we need to have more public consultation with the reference group to decide what we really want. Once we amend the law, it's done, and I'm just not happy to go that far this early. I encourage councillors to vote this down. I was the seconder of the original motion that we put this to the public so that council could have a public consultation. And overwhelmingly people want to drive on our beaches. I see that. But we need to endorse this further. We need to investigate this further, and we need to, instead of amending the local law now, we need to get the reference group underway so we can have further discussions.
I'd like to finish, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Friend, yours to wrap up.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the comments at the table. And it is quite a contentious issue. What the officers are actually saying is that we can get a reference group together and there can be lots of discussion and lots of suggestions and lots of ideas, but none of those can be implemented until the local law can change. So we're asking the public, when they are up for review, to put their views across that they do want the local law to change to allow vehicular access on those beaches. Once that's done, the reference group will be formed. And then from there, you can say which beach, how many days a week, once a month, as you said, Councillor Bello, taken on board. But we can sit down and discuss, my 100th birthday party. Who's coming, what we're going to eat. Gosh, that's many years away. And there's nothing we can do about it for all that time. Very similar to the local law. That needs to change first. It has to be amended to allow the vehicles on the beach to begin with, because it's not a gazetted road. I agree that we have engaged the public. I agree that we've got people interested in a reference group, and so they should be. And I'm happy to continue with that. But there's nothing, you can sit down and have 10 meetings and you cannot do anything until that local law is amended. Once it's amended and those people have their say and it goes to public consultation and they say, yes, we want to drive on those beaches, that local law can be amended legally. Until that time, you can have as many meetings as you want, but nothing's going to happen. Just a lot of discussion and ideas for the future, which is great, but that local law needs to be amended first. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, that pretty well sums up the debate. We'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Okay, the motion is lost. There was a foreshadowed motion, Mr. Chair, that we would continue on with the previous commitment to form a reference group pending our community consultation, which we've undertaken. So is that something that we can adhere to now, or do we clarify that the motion was lost and a foreshadowed motion was put in place contrary to the officers because we wanted to be consistent with our previous commitment, which we feel is better reflected by doing this rather than the other action?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't mind taking the opportunity perhaps over the lunch break to consider that question. I'm just looking at the resolution, the original resolution that was passed, the discussion that's gone on. I think rather than trying to offer you something hurriedly now. I might take that time, even though I think that's the fourth one I'll be working on over the lunch break. But
No, very good. Okay. Well, thank you for that feedback. Thank you, councillors. We'll break for lunch. We'll move a motion to go into lunch. Do we need to? Was Dan not doing another report or not? That was.
relieving of that responsibility, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, maybe it might be appropriate, just in the public meeting, to acknowledge the good officer who is.
Dan, if you would mind coming to join us, perhaps. Just thought we'd mark the occasion of Dan Pearce's last council meeting with us after 17 or 18 years of service. Dan's finishing up with us on Friday to take a position at Central Queensland University, I believe. Dan's had a lot of interaction with the boardroom and with councillors over the years in his position that covers a raft of responsibilities, and I'm sure you, as management, has enjoyed that interaction with Dan, and we certainly wish him well in his future endeavours.
Dan, did you want to say anything, or? No, I think you're a man of a few words.
I think I said enough this morning.
May I say, Mr.
Councillor
Chair,
Friend.
that as a former employee of council for over a decade and now this particular tenure as a councillor, I just wish you all the very best of luck. You've always been conciliatory, you've always been helpful, you've always been friendly, and it does mean a lot, especially as a former employee. When I worked at council, you're very approachable, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for just you being you and everything you've done. Thank you.
Very good. And if I could just say also, I've enjoyed our robust discussions about car park facades or whether they should be anodised paint or whatever. And I appreciate that you're always professional in the way you dealt with councillors who perhaps didn't always have all the information, but they had enough to sort of make them feel confident to go some way with it. And it was always reciprocated the respect. So, hey, all the very best. Thank you.
Wait a minute, Mr. Mayor, I want to say something.
Oh, Councillor May would like to wrap it up.
Have you have a look? Dan, I'd have to say that I haven't had a lot to do with you in your role. That's probably why we got on so well. I do want to wish you all the best because you have acted as a professional in everything you've done that I've had dealings with. And I do know that we're going to miss you as an organisation, and I know your fellow colleagues are going to miss you as well.
Don't worry, I'm going to miss all of them as well.
Yes.
Very much so.
Very good.
I know.
Thanks, Dan.
Emotional.
Well, that's good. Thank you. And a procedural motion to break for lunch. Do we need that? Yep. Move, Councillor Swaddling. It was unanimous. Great.
Thank you for coming back together to reconvene the meeting. Do we need a mover to go back into? Yes. We do, yep. Moved Councillor Friend. All those in favour? Thank you. And the next item on our agenda is 11.8, Regional Arts Development Fund Round 2. I might hand over to Molly to take us through that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So recently the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 2 closed. That was in April, and we had a total amount of $36,820 requested, which was within the budget amount available. I'll just quickly run through the list of those recommended for funding, and this was via the RADF assessment panel, which is made up of a number of external artists and arts appreciators. So Storytellers Songwriting Retreat, you may recall this was held last year. It was very successful, so they've applied to hold it again. Country on Keppel, which involves the RADF portion, will fund the young talent workshops with those people listed and artists such as James Blundell. The Keppel Sands Community Advancement League are going to expand their project. You may have noticed the colourful poles painted in Taylor Street in Keppel Sands. They're going to continue with that theme and do more of the telegraph poles. Of course, the other benefit of those poles is it shows the storm tide marker. Keppel Coast Arts, the Creek Sessions, they want to hold another session of those where it's local artists, poets, musicians, any sort of performance can go and showcase at a free event for the community. Lock and Hop Productions are going to bring Jenny Winter, who is an Australian recognised improvisation and comedy expert, to do a number of workshops in the community. Keppel Coast Arts again for a specific exhibition at Fig Tree Galleries. It will be a competition also, and it will celebrate summertime in Capricornia. Suzanne Stewart over in Emu Park is going to engage a worldwide renowned machine embroiderer, Leanne Church, to run a series of workshops in Emu Park. And then the only application we had for IPD, which is individual professional development, is for Kylie Colquhoun, who has been accepted into the Art Shine Launchpad and Accelerator program. And that program is designed to build your arts business.
Wonderful. Thank you for that summary, Molly. Could we get someone to move that? Councillor Eastwood, seconder there. Councillor Friend.
And I have a question.
There's a question, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Molly, just having a look at this, Peter Burton, Keppel Sands Community Advancement League, they requested 6,600, but were only given 6,000. Why not the extra 600?
Within RADF, there's some particular criteria around what RADF can fund and what it can't. So any that have a differing amount is due to the fact. So another example is around the IPD. So the application was for the whole program plus flights, whereas RADF can only, one of the criteria can only fund the flights. So in that circumstance, the $600 was for an item that RADF couldn't fund.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to that report?
Look, only just briefly. Yeah, just as being a previous portfolio holder of arts, I do see the importance and appreciate the amount of work that some of these people put into our community, and as I've always said, it benefits the community as a whole, culturally, and it makes us what we are. So yeah, I just ask that my fellow councillors would also endorse this.
Anyone speaking against?
Not speaking against, Mr. Mayor, because I appreciate art as much as anybody. My daughter's an artist in a lot of ways. But I'm just looking at how we try to improvise the things that we need for our community against the money that we have available. And I sometimes look at these and I think, well, are they dreaming? Because I personally can't see. I won't nominate any of these items, but I just can't see that the value would be in a donation of that kind. That's all. I just think, well, I could do a lot with 5,000 or 7,000 or 6,000. We sort of really scrape and save to do big jobs for people with little money. And here we've got good money, and I can't see the tangible response from that, Mr. Mayor. But I do support it, but I just have to question some of them.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone want to speak in favour? Perhaps Councillor Friend as a seconder? No. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to wrap up or are you comfortable?
All good. I would actually say that perhaps that Councillor Mather did speak against it in some ways.
And on that note, we shall put it to the vote. Those in favour? And that looks like it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 11.9, Event Sponsorship Program Round 1 for 23-24. Molly, I believe you're going to run us through that one again. And just mindful, Molly, love what you're saying, but I'm probably a little bit behind on time because I've dragged things out a little bit. So if just taking into that consideration, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely will. In front of you is the recommended recipients of the first round of Livingstone Shire Council's new sponsorship program, designed to encourage and facilitate events across the region. You can see the list there. I won't run through it, but if you have any questions, the one thing I did want to say on behalf of the Mayor, who asked me to mention, was that he has a prescribed conflict of interest with Eden Wedding and Events. He is on the assessment panel and he did not vote on that particular application due to his conflict.
Thank you, Molly. Councillors, have we got a mover for that? Councillor Swadling is going to move and Councillor Friend's going to second. Councillor Swadling, if you want to comment on that at all?
Yeah, I think it's just good that we can continue on with this type of things happening in our community. It's great to see that the areas or the applicants are quite widespread across our district, and yeah, no, I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we're on 11.9, Event Sponsorship Program. Anyone speaking? You councillors comfortable where we are? Yes. You got the information? Anyone want to speak against the motion? No? On that note, Clint, if you don't want to wrap up, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, Molly. Okay, switching agendas. Great. 11.10, and we've got Sonia here to run us through that one.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor. The open space framework was presented to councillors at the briefing session on the 6th of June, where we went through it in detail. It's a fantastic achievement of a lot of different areas of council working together to enable this umbrella to, I guess, provide a framework for how we can manage our strategies into open spaces into the future. For brevity, I won't go into the details. Councillors have already been briefed, and just ask that councillors consider adopting the Livingstone Open Space Framework today.
Councillor Eastwood is going to move. There was a close finish, but I think Councillor Swadling may have just picked it there. Councillor Friend, and he has missed out a bit this morning because I've been tending to look towards the screen. So, any questions at all, councillors, to the officers
Just
before
one,
we
Mr.
enter a
Mayor.
debate?
When I started reading the report, and thank you, Sonia, you've got to read behind the language. To adopt a more strategic approach to the provision of management of open space services in the region. And then I thought, is this a way of doing more with less? That was my question to me. And I go down a little bit further and I look at the second paragraph under commentary. The framework report includes a prioritised list of actions designed to deliver the framework through future council operational and capital budget cycles, which tells me that, and I might be wrong, I hope I am, does it mean that we're going to have a budget separate to this again, or are we amalgamating projects for the sake of cost saving? Because it's going to be additional dollars.
Councillor, maybe the framework actually identifies potentially savings in regards to service levels. For example, ideas of places where there might be drainage corridors, whether we might plant trees that will then save mowing and maintenance and things like that. There's a raft of actions and recommendations. It's a living document. It doesn't mean council's committing to delivering every action in the strategy. It's more recommendations and ways moving forward where we can look at all the different functions of open space, including things like recreation facilities, and make better use of them in a more cohesive manner across the different units of council.
Yes, thank you, and that's good. And I think we've been probably doing it, but not to a greater degree over time. We're just looking at ways of doing things better and, you know, getting partnerships in place and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Okay, friend from Councillor Friend. Sorry, a question from Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Sonia. This is a magnificent document. As I said in the briefing, when we were briefed on this, it's just a pleasure to read. However, I did ask a question in the briefing that I didn't receive an answer for, so I'm just going to ask it again. On page 200, relating to the valuation system for trees, we all know that trees have a value, and indeed they are invaluable. By placing a dollar value on our trees, will they be subject to the depreciation of site improvements, which has risen by 13.1%? So partly resulting in council having to take on a deficit, a budget for 22-23.
Councillor, and apologies if that question wasn't answered in the briefing session. The report does recommend that you can consider taking on valuations of trees. There's different ways to do that. One of the main purposes is really when new developments occur, that if we already have a value on those trees and developers, for example, are considering removing them, it can be offset against different methods. But it's a recommendation. It would take a lot to actually apply the different methods of valuations to trees. So I think it's something for future consideration, but not something that we need to endeavour to undertake at this early stage. But it could be something that we could look at future. But that would definitely be something that would come to council for consideration.
So thank you, Sonia. So it would come to council in the sense that it's not going to happen just yet. May happen in the future. It's there just for the benefit of if the council wanted to do that in the future. But if they did, would they then be subject to site improvements for depreciation? Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks. So at present, council doesn't recognise natural assets as an infrastructure asset on our register. It would require a whole complete change in our asset capitalisation and thresholds and those sorts of things. I wouldn't think that the value of it would depreciate. I think conversely it would have the opposite effect, appreciate. So there's lots of other things to consider, but at this stage there's no intent from my perspective to have trees added onto our asset register.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a mover there in Councillor Swaddling. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Swaddling? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, what have we got up there? Moved Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Friend.
No, that's wrong.
Is that incorrect? Okay. So, thank you, Justine, just for that change. So the correct one is Councillor Eastwood moving, is that correct?
That's right.
And Councillor Swaddling seconding. Right out, we got that correct.
Yeah.
Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, I will. Councillors, the intent of the open space framework is to identify the purposes and components of the green infrastructure, the trees and trails, the parks and playgrounds, and the natural environment, and to unite all those elements into delivery functions under one umbrella. So it's a very important document. We've got one of the most biodiverse areas in Australia with over 300 kilometres of open coastline, and of course we've got the barrier reef just sitting off our doorstep. Council's adoption of the framework connects the purpose of all open space related functions into a single document, promoting a principles and outcome-based approach to open space planning and delivery. So it just makes things a lot easier, it makes things a lot more efficient, and I endorse this to council to vote for, please.
Councillor Eastwood, certainly concur with your comments. Anyone want to speak against the motion? If not, does anybody want to speak for? Councillor Swadling, no, you're... Councillor Friend, you're happy with that? Okay, councillors, on that note we shall put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimously supported. Thank you to Sonia and Councillor Laws for that. Okay, moving on to... It's a lot of scrolling. What have we got there? 11.11 Livingstone Shire Council Priority Projects, which... Now, I believe this one here, Mr CEO, we were going to...
You can either just pass it over or you can pass a procedural motion to move to the next item or to lay this matter on the table, either or.
Yep, we might have a procedural from somebody that would like to... Yep, I am, Councillor Mather. This one here, the priority projects, for a number of reasons that we wouldn't have a quorum in the event that Councillor Eastwood and myself... Okay, it's being passed over probably to the next meeting, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah, assuming everyone's well at the next meeting.
We'll aim for that. All those in favour? Thank you. Then that takes us to... That looks like Andrea's here. Probably something to do with finances. Wow. And that's our monthly financial report, item 11.12. Over to you, Andrea.
Thank you, Chair. So, councillors, I'm presenting the monthly report for period ending 31st of May. So we're just over 90% of the way through the year, so nearly complete for the financial year. So you'd also note that the results do remain reported against the adopted budget or the revised budget 1, because at the time of preparing this report, the revised budget 2 hadn't yet been formally passed by council, which was done at the budget meeting last week. So the year-to-date operating result continues to remain as a surplus, but it's important to note that there is quite a number of transactions that do need to take place, which will affect those results as we come in to do all the adjustments for the end of financial year processing. So overall rates and charges remain slightly behind but within expectations, and it is noted that there is one further water consumption notice that is to be generated and applied to the current financial year. Interest earnings continue to exceed budget forecast expectations and were likely to do so as the cash rate remains higher than what we had originally anticipated. Overall year-to-date results for operating expenditure is within budget expectations. However, we do expect depreciation expenses to exceed the revised budget 1 expectations due to the revision of the useful lives and the revaluation of water, sewer and building asset classes. Excuse me. Total cash held remains strong at just over $105 million, and it has decreased as we had expected or anticipated, as there were no rates or charges that were issued or due to be received in that month. The cash rate target in May was 3.85% and did increase to 4.1% at the start of the month. Council did take advantage of an opportunity to invest in a 12-month term deposit at a rate of 5.15%. Outstanding rates and charges at the end of May is sitting at $4.2 million with 989 properties out of 18,131 rateable assessments under management. It is something that we are closely monitoring, and I would encourage anyone who is experiencing financial difficulties in paying their rates to make contact with council as soon as they're able to do so, to take advantage of a number of arrangements that we do have in place for them. By doing this, council can work with the ratepayer to avoid progressing to more formal debt recovery processes. Our total borrowings increased slightly due to the interest accrued during the month to $56.3 million. The next repayment that we'll make for the financial year is due to be made in June. There remains that there's no change in our anticipation for new borrowings this current financial year, and the working capital facility is unlikely to be required. So it does remain on track to reduce down to $54 million. On a quite pleasing note, procurement spend in May is showing a higher spend with businesses located in Queensland outside of CQ, but what is really important to note is that spend with businesses within Livingstone Shire Council boundaries is sitting at $17.8 million. That's the second highest at 23% of our spend on materials and services, and it's actually higher than businesses located within Central Queensland but outside Livingstone Shire Council at 21%. Overall, our capital project expenditure is slightly behind year-to-date expectations. However, it is noted that there's just over $20 million in committals. $10 million of that is related to works that we know will be undertaken in 23-24. I'm happy to take any questions from the report as presented to council.
Thank you.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, Andrea, appreciate that. I have numerous questions, as I usually do. On page 255, sales revenue is above year to date, budget expectations. They have exceeded forecast revenues by $600,000 due to the majority of variance being for private works. What were the major private works in this regard?
Yeah, the largest private works undertaken was for the work that we did on behalf of Main Roads along Tanby Road. So that's a significant portion of that. That's the most material.
Okay, thank you. Other income is tracking behind the variance. Other income is tracking behind the variance and is slightly offset by higher than anticipated insurance claims of $202,000. What were these claims?
I'll be able to provide that information to you outside of the meeting.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. Materials and services in line with budget expectation, except for the variance in May, was external plant hire up by $100,000. I've got why was this and what major event happened in this month?
So we engage in external plant hire from across the business. So it could be a combination of a number of jobs, a one-off job, or in relation to a review of prices with them. But I'll get the further detail on what's attributed to that cumulative impact.
Thank you. Not many more to go. Page 257, cash and cash equivalents. I've got here was the large creditor that was paid. Okay, so there was a large creditor paid $1.6 million. What was that attributed to?
It is more than likely attributed to a capital works progress claim.
Okay, all right. Page 258, current rates outstanding. In the last 5 years of that little graph there, we see varying percentages of rates outstanding. However, in the current period, which I take as the last rates in March, April, we see 72.11% of the rates outstanding. Did we also see an increase in the rate payers on payment plans during this time?
So the table that's on the next page has a comparative of those properties that we do have on payment arrangements compared with the same period this year.
Gotcha.
So there is an increase in both the value and the quantity of individuals that are contacting council and making arrangements to pay. And as I mentioned earlier, we are closely monitoring those that we do have to refer to the debt recovery agents. So I would encourage councillors, if you are speaking with anyone who is experiencing financial difficulties, that when they're comfortable to do so, to make contact with council as soon as they are comfortable to do so.
Lovely. Lucky last is really, I suppose, the General Manager for Infrastructure, page 263. Where are we up to with Duneside Bridge? And I just would like to note that I'll be bringing this up every month.
Thank you, Councillor Friend, for the question through the chair. As I mentioned last month, we're in contract dispute with the contractor at the moment. We're expecting, if they follow the program, to be on site next month, but we're also in the midst of issuing show cause under the terms of the contract. So happy to continue to provide information either at the council meeting or offline as we progress. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for those questions, Councillor Friend. Any other questions, councillors? I've just had one for Michael, if I may. Just under the capital there on page 262, I was just curious with the low percentages with the rural road pavement rehabilitation at 7% and the rural reseal annual program at 0%. Is that just because of the timing of where that's occurred, and in the later months we'll see a significant increase in that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, that is just the timing issues. Those reports are to the end of May. Yeah. We have engaged a contractor to complete that work. JRT is doing the pavement rehabilitation on behalf of council, and my understanding is that they're all but finished that. The final seal on Stanage Bay Road section, the fourth portion of that contract is being done at the moment. and the other work was the reseal program, which we contract out to Boral each year. My expectations are that that'll be fully expensed this financial year.
Okay, and I think the capital spend was sitting at about, what percentage are we looking at completing for the financial year? Have we got?
So I think we are targeting for about 90% of the current revised budget, and with the committals we'll come pretty close to that. I think the revised budget too just pulled it down by just over nearly $2 million, I think. So we'll come pretty close to it.
To achieving it.
Yeah, and I am, of the $20 million in committal, $10 million relates to this year's activities and $10 million relates to next year's activities. So
it's a fairly significant outcome, I guess, in terms of what the organisation's been able to achieve with that there, in that percentage of the capital, Michael?
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor. It's pleasing when we do hit our targets with our capital budget. As the CFO mentioned, our target is 90% of our budget. We're expecting that to be achieved this financial year. There's some carryover which we announced in last week's budget for next year. And we will continue to improve our processes for delivery to ensure that we do aim as high as we can towards that 100%.
Yep. Great, okay. Someone like to move? I'm happy to. Councillor Friend's going to second. I've got nothing to say. Councillor Friend either, other than let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Was it unanimous? In favour? Against? Thank you very much. That was unanimous, Justine. In case there was any confusion there. Okay. 11.13, appointment of Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee Chairperson. I believe Andrea might just run us through this one. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. So, councillors, this one is hot off the press. The Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee met yesterday. And you would be aware that Kerry's tenure on the committee will finish in February, but her tenure as chair will finish at the end of this month. So it is quite pertinent that we do appoint, or the committee make a recommendation to council to appoint a replacement independent chair. The committee did meet yesterday and they are recommending that the newest external member, Peter Chevel, be appointed as the independent chair of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. This does allow for a really good transition between the outgoing and incoming chair, acknowledging Kerry's effort as independent chair on our committee for the past couple of years. So I do appreciate what Kerry has supported council and improved how we operate our audit committee as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Eastwood, as one of our ARIC committee members. The only one yesterday turned up, flew the flag very well, apparently I've been told. So, okay, we've got a seconder there. Councillor Mate, yes, Councillor Friend's going to second that. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to comment on that at all?
Oh, look, I support the recommendation. This fella seems fairly sharp, so yeah, it's good.
Very good. Anyone speaking against that appointment? No, any further speakers for? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to the Human Rights Policy Review, 11.14. Who's leading the commentary on that? Andrea, thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. I'm speaking to this one on behalf of our Coordinator of Governance, Paula Santini. So the human rights policy is an existing policy. The only real change that has been made for this policy has been done in regards to a review against the Guide for Public Entities released by the Queensland Human Rights Commission. So it was really around the insertion of a flow chart under section 5.3, which helps assess for compatibility of human rights. As identified in the Better Practice Guideline. There were some other updates, such as including the signatory of the Chief Executive Officer. So these are just the administrative changes made to the policy to be in line with all other policies we have within Council.
Very good. Thank you for that. Any questions, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Matey, you were looking for... Okay. I have a question to ask, actually, which is probably going to sound a little bit of a long bow, but would it be unsuitable to include in the resolution that council also reviews its own policies to ensure that they are reflective of the human rights policy, and that we would ensure that none of our policies are in conflict with those human rights policies? I guess that would be where I'm going with this.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And it's my understanding that is already the current practice of officers. So the governance team do ensure that when we're revising or creating new policies, that those specific questions are asked of the officers preparing the reports, is whether the policies we have in place are in accordance with not only the human rights policy, but also other legislation and other policies that we also have in place. So it is part of the current process, I understand.
Okay. Well, to take it one step further, for example, our policy to do with council's interaction with lobbyists and submitters and applicants, we currently have a definition in there or a determination that councillors and officers are of a differing level of integrity. And I know it's not a pleasant thing in some ways to talk about, but I think it's important. That's how I deem that it is, and I'm just curious, is that consistent with the Human Rights Charter, right to recognition and equality before the law, or right to freedom of association, for example?
I'm assuming by looking at me, Councillor Bello, you're looking for a response from me. We're happy to have the Human Rights Commission review that. My response to you would be, as it has been on this matter reasonably consistently, I don't believe that to be in conflict, but better that you hear that from someone independently of the organisation, I would think.
Okay, well, I guess I'm seeking to an amendment there with, I guess, whether it's the officers or whether it's the support of the table, just to have all of our policies, i.e. that particular one there, scrutinised by the Human Rights Commission, or whoever would be most authorised to do that.
Which one are you looking at under the summary officers' recommendations?
Well, it would be in the motion that we're going to vote on. And just seeks clarification from the Human Rights Commissioner.
Yeah, if you just call it developer interaction policy for now, just then we'll get the full, it's a lengthy title, but councillors will know which one we need.
That's my request of the table. If you guys don't want to, that's totally up to you. I'd be happy to move that with that amendment there. Okay, we have a seconder. Been waiting a long time. So the recommendation with that amendment there is basically that council adopts the attached revised human rights policy and seeks clarification from the Human Rights Commissioner regarding our developer and lobbyist policy, whatever the correct wording of that is, but that'll be in there. I'm happy to move that, councillors. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Anyone want to speak for? No? Oh, yeah, you can speak for.
Yes, as a person who's been through something of a, I guess, a test to see our position interacting with the organisation policy, I think it's important that we do get this information, because until such time as we have it clarified once and for all, in all aspects, we could make the same mistake again. And I'm not about to do that, and I don't think any other member is about to try it, because it can be a long, cumbersome, costly process for everybody involved. So I think we need to get this information, and we need the clarification from the people who actually have the legislation and who are practising it. And I practised it a couple of weeks ago, didn't I, Mr. CEO?
So without actually going into that particular matter, just in closing, I want to make it really clear that I'm not inferring that any officer is perpetuating one position or another. I just look for the opportunity to be able to seek further clarification from a higher entity than myself, and would really appreciate someone in that position's perspective on it. So on those grounds, I'd appreciate your support. Okay, on that note, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Moved Councillor Barlow, seconded Councillor Mather, that's it, and the motion was unanimously carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Andrea. Okay. Looks like Molly knows what's on the agenda next, so that's good. That's 11.15, Policy Review, Advertising Expenditure Policy. Over to you, Molly.
Thank you, Chair. This is a statutory policy that was due for a review, was reviewed, and the new version is presented for your endorsement today. This specifies how council will spend funds on advertising and specifically mentions around the caretaker time and what we can and can't do in that space.
Any questions, councillors?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Molly. My question, I suppose, is that the expenditure itself, should an ELT member have the delegation to approve? And what's the difference between an ELT member, a manager, and a coordinator? Could a coordinator approve financial delegation?
It depends on the level of financial delegation the employee has. So that could be a coordinator, it could be a supervisor. They don't necessarily match with a particular financial delegation. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you, yes. So at this stage, it's staying with the manager for events and media.
So the manager is Manager of Community and Cultural Services, which includes the communications team and the engagement and events team.
Thank you very much.
No problems.
Just a quick question from me.
Yes, Councillor Mather.
From Councillor Friend. Molly, would the delegation depend on the amount of money that's proposed to be spent on the advertising?
Yes.
So it could go to a higher level if the dollars...
Yes.
All right, thank you.
No further questions. We've got a mover there as yet. Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Anyone want to speak to or against the motion? No? We'll put to the vote. Those in favour? That is unanimous. Yep. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Next item, councillors, 11.16, council endorsement LGAQ letter to Deputy Premier regarding works for Queensland.
Move, Mr. Chair.
Beg your pardon? Move. You're going to move the chair, or you're going to move the motion? Yep. Okay. And we've got a seconder there, Councillor Swadling. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Friend?
I do. Is there anyone else that needs to speak? I just wanted to say that Works for Queensland funding program is such an integral part of all of the 77 councils in Queensland. These funds are much needed in local government, and without this funding, the Queensland government will place even more burden on the LGAs, so that the result will be less progress, incompleted projects, and even more councils tipping towards being unviable. So I fully support this, and I particularly thank the Local Government Association of Queensland for this advocacy. Thank you.
Well said. Any councillors wanting to speak against the motion? Anyone want to speak further? Councillor Swadling? No? Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we move on to the 11.17, nomination for special holiday for 2024. We've got Carl Dendall. Are you going to take it through this one, Carl?
Can do, Mr. Chair. Procedural matter. Each year, the Office of Industrial Relations of the Queensland Government invites local authorities across the state to nominate show or bank holidays. In the case of show holidays, to be associated with an agricultural show. Traditionally, Livingstone Shire has nominated a date that aligns with the Friday of the Rockhampton show, and that is the recommendation again this year.
Okay, councillors, any questions? If not, was there a mover? Councillor Eastwood, seconded there, Councillor Mather.
We're staying at the same dates, aren't we? Yes.
Yep,
yes.
that's the recommendation.
Yeah, I'll second that. Just to be sure.
Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to that at all?
No, look, only briefly. Look, it makes perfect sense. As long as somebody doesn't muck it up, what they did with my surfing this week, and we ended up going up on to the Five Rocks on the long weekend, which I didn't want to go up, but they mixed it up with the show. So I think most people realise that our show holiday coincides with the Rocky show, and it's great for just might be a couple of people that might get mixed up by it, but it's a really good thing. You can have a long weekend, go away and do what you like.
Mm. Anyone speaking against the motion?
Not against,
No,
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
I did a little bit of a light survey with in relation to the show holidays, and the persons I spoke to were quite happy with the way it is at the moment.
Yep.
Because when Rocky has its public holiday, the people come down here and spend their money because they don't want to go to the show. So I thought that was very interesting.
There we go. We entertain all opinions here. Okay, on that note, Councillor Rees, you don't want to wrap up at all?
No.
Enough said. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? That is also unanimous. Thank you. 11.18, Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report. Hand over to you, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as you know, each portion of the council takes in turn to present a quarterly report to councillors on operations and performance across a number of areas. The report presented to you today is the Office of the CEO, which incorporates the finance and business excellence area, the information communication technology, and our people and culture areas. In anticipation that there will be questions from councillors, I'll probably keep my remarks brief. At the outset, on the first couple of pages of the report are our corporate KPIs, which have been council adopted, and we report to you each quarter. Pleasingly, we are tracking well in across each of those. We're still yet to meet our target on a couple, but we are, as I say, pleased with the trend that is emerging in each of those areas, and pleasingly, we seem to have engaged a number of people across the organisation in achieving that result. We will have updates at the next quarterly, or perhaps the one after, in relation to this year's employee engagement survey, which will be undertaken in September. Other than that, as I say, happy to take questions from councillors, and we have officers here to respond to specific questions should they emerge. Thank you.
Councillors. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. CEO. I really appreciate this report. A lot of it doesn't surprise me. It's a job well done. Under rates and revenue, and I cannot give you a page number now because there are no page numbers in this updated amended version. So rates and revenue, it's interesting to see that there were 723 less properties that changed hands in our shire compared to the previous year. Has this to do with a lag in new development?
I couldn't say I speak with authority, Mr. Chairman, in responding to that question, but I assume it is a combination of developments yet to come online, but if we're talking about changes of ownership, also a slowing in the market generally. I think we all understand that things were quite hot a couple of years ago, and things have slowed a little, and I think that's reflected in these numbers. Okay, it's just interesting and points of interest. Under training for staff, I noticed that training for the psychosocial risks in the workplace has commenced. Although councillors are not employees, will we be undertaking this training? Councillors, we had a special session for councillors with McCulloch Robertson solicitors. I don't think we've got councillors scheduled for this training that's been undertaken. I'll take that one on notice and come back to you if you like. Thanks, Mr. CEO. ICT services, I note that there has been an increase in the customer satisfaction rating, and I just wanted to say, well done, ITC. Cyber security is such an important topic at the moment all over.
So our firewall, it says that the threats increased in March by 1,655. That's a lot of threats. Are we upgrading the firewall on a regular basis?
That one's well beyond my capability, councillor friend, so we'll ask Matt to assist me in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor, for the question, and through the chair. Yes, the firewall is part of an asset management plan that does get replaced every 3 to 4 years. The firewall is updated and patched regularly.
Lovely. And the last one for you, Matt. In the cloud application, attempted access has decreased by more than half. Is this to do with Project Merlin? So, cloud application attempted access. So someone's been trying to grab access to the cloud, and it's actually decreased by half. Is there something new that we're doing?
No, councillor, if I'm looking at
I can't give you the
stats, I think it
page.
goes the other way. I think it's actually doubled in May from April.
It's doubled. Okay, so
which is it's not to be unexpected. It is a it's not specifically targeted at us. They run a script and canvass everything they can.
Yes.
What that stat shows us is it's becoming more prevalent.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, councillor friend. Councillor Rees, would your lights? Councillor Mather, your lights on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mr. CEO, I'm going to the overtime, please. Last year, for the financial year, we had a 1.057 million for overtime, and 96,000 was just RDO worked. Is that single time, double time, time and a half? The RDOs when they worked?
I'll get that one clarified for you, councillor Mather. Just in terms of overtime generally, as you can see, our pattern is almost $1.5 million a year, and there has been a concerted effort to try and manage that a little bit, manage the work practices better in order that things can be achieved during normal time. And then you'll notice, although not, it's probably too early days, but if you look at January, February, March, probably of this year, by comparison to earlier years, there has been that reduction. I would like to think that will be sustained, but it's difficult to know at this point because it's only been for a couple of months.
Yes.
In relation to your specific question about what rate we pay on RDO,
it is an overtime penalty rate.
What's that, depending on what day it is, or is it time and a half? Okay, so it's not just an extra day, but it's, okay. Thank you for that. I was going to ask if we could have that monitor every month as to what the overtime bill has been, if we've got that sort of information. I know we won't have it all until the following year, but at the same time, if we could do a monitor of that one.
it comes to you every quarter as part of this report, councillor.
Yeah, okay, then that's fine. That's fine. Okay, over the page. Just a couple of little, I wouldn't call them trivias, but it's important. Under near misses, weeding playground at Megaville Hill when nearly put his hand on a 1 metre brown snake. Do we have kits in our boxes or in our trucks, work vehicles, first aid kits?
Yes.
We do, that's good. Snake bite kits? Or straight to hospital? Yeah, that's good, thank you. And you were going to give us an update as some of our depot activities off screen too. Do you remember? Has that
Councillor
been
Mather,
really?
in relation to break-ins at depots, yes, I've undertaken to give you a hard copy report in that regard.
Yes, are we taking those home or are they ready?
They're not ready at this stage,
okay,
no.
that's all right, that's all right. And I'm ready, thanks Mr Mayor.
Move that one, councillor Mather, and seconded, councillor Friend.
Yeah, I'll second it. Thank you, Mr Chair, but I have one more question,
Absolutely.
which I'd like to segue from councillor Mather in relation to snakebite kits. Years ago, an Ergon Energy employee was killed by a taipan, eastern taipan, and then that particular company has bought in those guards snake guards for the shins and those areas. Do we have those for our? So everyone's saying yes. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Friend. Yes, we have a range of PPE that our staff can actually use in undertaking those works, which does include long pants and guards and other types of leg protection as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just one more, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I
Councillor
noticed under the WH&S health wellbeing,
What page there, Councillor Mather, if you don't mind?
I'm on 290, but
Oh, okay.
I see I printed mine off before the
Not
revised
either.
one came out, so I'm sort of,
Okay.
yeah, so.
We'll follow along.
This basically under, it's a one-liner, Mr. Mayor, so, health and wellbeing, 12 employees tested for drugs and alcohol in April of 23. I just need to know that that's noted and disappointing, because tested for drugs and alcohol. Oh,
Yeah, so
okay,
we
just
haven't
tested.
Exactly.
They weren't the results. Oh,
No.
that makes me feel much better.
That's correct. So it's just part of our annual program that we run. Yes, we undertake testing on a regular basis for all of our staff.
Yes, I know. I
on a random
introduced the
basis.
policy. Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you,
That makes me
Chrissy.
feel better.
Councillors, so we had a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Friend. We'll go to the vote on that. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you there. Councillors, that just about concludes almost the agenda, but I'm going to throw to the CEO in case there's anything we need to tidy up.
Chairman, if we could, we've
From
got
the
a
day?
few matters to circle back to.
Getting there, Andrea.
The first is in relation to item 10.3, the Marlborough SES vehicle servicing. And I did some work with Councillor Swadling and Councillor Mather over the break, and we have an alternate to present.
Okay.
We'll just get that up. If I was just to explain briefly,
Yep, that would be great.
I believe this captures the intent of councillors which emerged, which was to enable servicing of the Marlborough SES vehicle at Marlborough Motors in Marlborough. In order to do that, we think it appropriate that the council resolves that it is satisfied, in relation to our procurement obligations, the council resolves that it's satisfied that there's only one supplier reasonably available. And then point 3 captures the, I think Councillor Swadling's intent that any inspections are done in Marlborough and therefore our mechanics would travel to Marlborough rather than the reverse.
Okay. Okay. Any questions, councillors, to the CEO on that?
No problem, Mr. CEO, in relation to our mechanics going to Marlborough for the day?
I think that'd be far more productive in the workshop here, Councillor Mather, but that wasn't the intent of the councillors. Made it clear, I think, that they didn't want to put the SES folk to the trouble of travelling to Yeppoon. They'd prefer the reverse, and that's what's reflected in recommendation 3.
Okay, I won't argue it. I won't ask another question which could lead to another debate.
Very
so
good.
in the
Okay.
interest of efficiency, Mr.
Very good. The only question I had, Mr. CEO, we've taken into consideration that the new vehicles can be, they don't have to be taken back to the dealer to be serviced, they can be, that's all clear?
But the compliance one.
Anyway, I'm sure that operationally that'll get dealt with.
On that. Yeah, certificate of inspections are just a roadworthy.
Very good.
That's all they are, to make sure the vehicle's currently roadworthy, has all the things that need to happen on it, sirens, lights.
And Marlborough Motors would have that ability to give that.
They do the Queensland Police and Queensland Ambulance Service vehicles as well.
Oh, that's good enough for us.
The only other minor matter, Mr. Chairman, which may or may not be an issue, we're normally obliged to consult with the trade unions about proposals to outsource work from our workforce. I think on this one-off occasion that for this single vehicle, that notifying them after the decision's been made will be acceptable, but I'm making that assumption.
Or could we add that to the motion, that the trade unions be advised?
We'll do it as a matter of
Okay,
course.
okay.
Just whether they think we should have told them beforehand rather than after the event.
Just tell them we got enthusiastic, Mr. CEO.
Put them on to you, Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, so move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, Councillor Mather, you're moving that?
Yes.
And Councillor Swadley, you're seconding
Second,
that? Okay, Councillor Mather, you want to speak to the motion or
I
not?
think what's been said, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy with that. Yep.
Okay.
It's achieved the objective.
Anybody want to speak against the motion? Any further speakers for? If not, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous.
Thank you, members.
Mr Chairman, the next item is item 11.2, which is the Kelleher's Road closure matter, and that the recommendation was voted down and councillors sought some wording for an alternative rather than just notifying the department that there wasn't a position in relation to this. Yep. So we're probably taking some liberties with what we understand the position of council laws to be, but thanks to the author of the report, Carrie Burnett, who's worked on this for us, we have an alternative to present. The key piece being no objection, subject to the satisfaction of those fire access obligations, which you heard Councillor Swadling nominate. There are superior statutory powers in any event, but we're sort of making it explicit in this that the council's consent to this particular request is conditional upon the fire is being satisfied that they're not unnecessarily impeded. Purchase the property and amalgamate it as part of their own holding.
Okay, well, we have a revised motion here before us. If all councillors are comfortable that they understand it, then we'll proceed. And I think Councillor Friend, you're going to move it?
Yes.
Councillor Eastwood is seconding the motion. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just very briefly, Mr Chair. I think this is a wonderful result in resolution for this couple who will spend tens of thousands of dollars of their own funds in clearing the land of these invasive weeds. Environmentally, they will look after this land to the best of their ability, and I'm all for it, so well done.
Okay, anybody speaking against the motion?
Just to say thanks to the CEO for putting that together.
As I say, councillors, I think others doing the work. Thanks,
Oh,
Gary. Thanks, Gary Burnett.
And I think it just reflects the will of the table.
Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers for?
Yeah, I'd just like to, through the chair, I think it's a great decision that's been made here today. It's common sense has prevailed. These people are willing to go out on a limb and pay for get rid of the weeds and prove not only that their own land, but the whole area that's there. It's prime area. It has a working dairy beside it, and the last thing we want is the noxious weeds, and the access is still there. So I think great achievement. I'm very happy with the motion.
I just want to speak very briefly and acknowledge the contribution by the officers to work with councillors to come up with something that subject to these conditions being met, that this table is supportive of that road closure occurring. If it can't be met and guaranteed, well, it may be well a different story. So, but the motion before us clarifies that in a way that protects, I guess, the interest of the state and the council, but it does provide a pathway for a way forward if it can be reached in absolute guarantee. So, on that basis, I'm prepared to support it. If there's no further input, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillors and staff.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's the final matter. I've got a nagging feeling there was a fourth one that I can't think of. Item 11.7 is the Southern Beaches access matter. The officer's recommendation was voted against, and again the question was posed immediately prior to lunch about putting something in its place. What I'm proposing, having reviewed the November 2022 resolution that led to today's report, which states that Council undertakes public consultation for vehicular access on the bathing reserves of, for example, Rita Mata, Timbers Beach, Silsey and Long Beach, Joscali, promptly preceding establishment of a reference group entrusted with the responsibility of providing recommendations to Council for vehicular usage within these areas. With the report, with the recommendations today not supported by Council, that resolution remains live and the establishment of a reference group is still our obligation under that resolution. So we will proceed to do that. As I mentioned at lunch, we'll probably lean on councillors for some assistance in that regard. We're a bit slim for resources in that area at the moment, but we'll talk to councillors offline. We'll be looking for someone to lead that group.
Mr. CEO, I have a question. When you're looking for councillors to lead that group, should that not be resolved today of which councillors would actually be a part of that group?
If councillors wish to nominate a chair today, we're happy to take that on board.
Well, I nominate Councillor Bello, Deputy Mayor, whose original notice of motion was put forward, as the chair of that group.
That may have been forthcoming, and I do accept that nomination, probably pending my peers, but given that yes, you're quite correct, I guess initiated this some 7 months ago, so I'm comfortable to continue on in being involved in that group there. So if that helps tidy that up, happy to do that. But I certainly would encourage any others that wanted to be involved. Obviously, they wouldn't be excluded by attending.
Mr. Chairman, that's probably best done by resolution that Councillor Bello be appointed as the chair of the Southern Beaches Reference Group.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Swadling. Any debate needed? You can talk me out of it if I'm happy for that. No. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you.
And in the absence of that nagging feeling of what the fourth item was, Councillor Bello, there's only the one item in closed session to conclude today's proceedings.
That's correct. So are we needing to actually pass this? We passed the chair one. Are we needing to pass the other one, or not necessarily? It's... Yeah, okay, it just rolls over.
Yes.
Okay.
The November resolution.
Yep.
We will implement.
Okay. I think the only other matter was urgent business. Councillors on the agenda. If there's no urgent business, then we shall. Councillor Mate,
just two matters. They're not dire urgents to me, but
right.
I'd have to apologise. I was called outside for a minute when this matter came to the table, road rehabilitation project. I've sent through emails to our manager in infrastructure in relation to the works that were undertaken on Perkins Road, the road that goes into Marlborough Township. The people there were most upset while those works were going on, and Michael's aware of this, because both entrances to the town were blocked off when they didn't need to be at that time. And it had been raining and there was a little side muddy track that they had to use. Now, the upset part was, and I'll tell you why I'm raising that now. The upset part was that everybody went past. No, but not very many people came into the town because of the signage or lack of. Now, I understand when I've emailed in and advised of this, and our people said, no, it was adequate. Well, I'm a civilian, I'm a road user, and I tell you what, I didn't think it was adequate, and I can understand where the people are coming from, but there were crying sessions all the way through the week while that was being done. I'm just asking that when we give a contractor a job to do, we make sure that those signages are appropriate and visible. And I stress that word visible, because that's what gave them very little comfort during that week. That's what I'll say about that. But we need to make sure that the contractors do their bit, not just leave them because they're 100 kilometres away, that they should know what they're doing. Because on this case, I was terribly disappointed for those people. Now, the Township of Marlborough, I was advised the other day that they've got a media crew coming up there this week, primarily to identify the impacts that the army presence is having on the township and surrounding areas.
Right, Councillor Mather, just in terms of the urgent aspect.
Yeah, that's all I have to say, Mr Mayor.
Right, okay.
And I understand that I don't know what they're going to say or who's prepared to say it, but
Right.
there's a crew going up there. So if you see it on the news, you'll know.
Okay, we'll certainly make sure the Mayor's aware of that, if he's not already. And
I don't know when they're going up, but sometime this week.
Yep. Okay. No further urgent business. We'll close the meeting for today at 2. No, we won't. We're closing the ordinary section at 2:37, just so it's on the record. And can we have a motion to go into closed session to deal with a matter relating to the Gateway Business and Industry Park? Councillor Mather has moved that. Councillor Eastwood has seconded. We'll put that to the vote. That's unanimous. Thank you. Session of councillors, and we have a recommendation before us to consider in relation to the sale of several lots at the Gateway. The resolution there is that the exception mentioned in section 2361A of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies to the disposal of proposed lots at the Gateway Business and Industry Park, the Gateway. And number 2, accept the offer for proposed lot 29 and contracts for lot 22 and lot 25 at the Gateway, and delegate the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate conditions of sale for both. And finally, number 3, delegate to the CEO to negotiate any future offers received above market valuation and deemed acceptable for any of the remaining lots in stages 2 and 3 at the Gateway. We have a move there, Councillor Friend. We have a seconder, Councillor Mather. Would you like to speak to the motion there, Councillor Friend? No. Does anybody want to speak against the motion? No. Anyone want to speak for? Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Councillors, those in favour? That's unanimous. That is the meeting concluded.
Before you close it, Mr Mayor, I'd like to congratulate you
Oh.
on the way you've conducted this meeting. It was a very tricky one, and Councillor Swadling probably had his first taste of a few tricky ones. You might learn a few bad habits after this, but still at all, I think you did a good job.
Well, thank you very much for those supportive words, Councillor Matt, and thank you to the CEO, the staff, and obviously to the councillors and those watching live stream. We hope that our other councillors, Councillor Mayor Ireland and Councillor Watson, are back on deck next meeting with a full house of councillors. So enjoy the rest of the day and all have a good one. Thank you.